Okay, is this working? That's the question. Can everyone hear me? Hooray, we have affirmative. I'm heard. Okay, in typical fashion, as you're so ready to begin, you've got everything set up. A few days prior, you've tested everything, make sure it's working. And then, oh no, turns out Fallout 4 doesn't want to work. Well, I kind of need that to work. Then it turns out, oh, OBS and my streaming setup isn't working either. That's why I was a minute late. I was messing around with everything until the last possible moment. This is all brand new to me, so please bear with me. I'm sure we'll have some hiccups here and there, so I beg your forgiveness. Now, you may have noticed that some of your chat appeared on screen, as is the way I set it up. However, it seems to be really inconsistent, and I have no idea why. So, sometimes you'll see chat, sometimes you won't. But we have the real chat box, so... See, I'm just watching it on my OBS, and look at that. See, it just streams up from nowhere. I don't know why. Maybe I'm using Streamlabs, and I'm not paying for it yet, because they definitely try to push you to have a subscription. And I don't want to pay $100 a year just yet. We'll see how this goes before I do that. But I have tried to set everything up as best I can, so hopefully things are smooth, hopefully audio levels are good. I've tried to integrate something similar to what Gaff has, where if you want something answered right now, and I'm currently busy, we don't have super chats. It seems that super chats is something you get eventually after you've been streaming for a while. So we don't have those, but I've set up a donation link that I think works. So if you need my attention right now, try that. It may not work, I don't know. But if I see a donation pop up, I will immediately respond to it. And again, just $1. That's all you need to give to get my attention. Hopefully we have super chats eventually, and I can figure out how to make those pop up and get my attention. But for now, that's the only way to do that. If it works, I don't know. I've tested it. It worked in the tests, but now we're live. And already we've had 2 things go wrong, so we'll see how that goes. However, if you just want to get my attention usually, or ask a question, just at Cyric, which I already see people are doing in the chat, and I will see that, it highlights it. And I don't think we'll have too many people in the chat that I'll get lost in the comments, but now and again, it might take me a while to catch up, so do bear with me. And I've just poured myself a large drink. Let's see how long this lasts me. Cola, because I'm very sophisticated. Okay. Everything seems to be good my end. If anything doesn't seem to be working, if I go quiet, if something's too loud, if it just goes blank or whatever, just yell at me. Oh, Hez Daddy has donated. Thank you, money, for testing. It works. Fantastic. Okay, PayPal is great in just all the things it lets you do. But at the same time, ooh, it's a pain. It took me forever to try and get that working. And eventually I had to do a whole big workaround, but fantastic, it's working. Okay, thank you, Kez Daddy. That was very helpful. So it works. If you absolutely need my attention right away, just do that. You saw it come up on screen. That's what you gotta do. I can't hear anything right now. I've turned off my stream in terms of audio. So hopefully the alert sound for that isn't too loud and won't drown me out. I like the alert sound, so I want to keep it. And that's actually just reminded me, I actually did set something up in OBS so I can hear that alert, because that's the whole point of it. Let me just mess with that. Alerts. There it is. Okay, now I should actually hear those alerts. That was the point of that. I just realized I couldn't hear it. Fantastic. Okay, so I figured this, for some people, not everyone, in fact probably not most people. But this, for some people, may be your first time hearing me. Who is this person? Who is this strange man who claims to have worked on Sim Settlements 2? I'm not King Gaff. Well, you're right, I'm not King Gaff. We all wish we could be, but sadly I'm not. I'm Cyric. I wrote SS2, at least the main quest. And so, I figured we would touch on, if I can find my notes, a little bit of who I am. Just so you know who the heck this is that's currently talking to you. So, I'm Cyric. I have a background in acting. I used to do drama in school, which was one of the few subjects I was remotely good at. After that, I did theatre for a few years in lots of different areas, including musical theatre, which I hate dancing, I hate singing, even though I know I sing in the mod, but I love musical theatre. After that, I figured, why not try and do some stuff in front of a camera? Turns out I hate that. I hate acting in front of a camera, but I did learn some cool things. And it did push me forward to doing voice acting. And I figured, well, how do I get into voice acting? Well, the way I got into doing stuff in front of a camera was just doing student films and stuff. So I thought, mods. Maybe some mods would need voices. And that is how I ended up working on Sim Settlements. But that was originally Sim Settlements 1. Well, just Sim Settlements back then. And I think I could be wrong. I think the first thing I voiced was a character for the Industrial Revolution expansion, which was a Mr. Handy. I think that was the first thing I voiced. I could be mixing up things there. That was a long time ago now, so who knows. Or maybe I did voices for Conqueror first. One or the other. Either way, I did voices and I enjoyed it. I noticed that this weird thing called Sim Settlements, it seems to have a decent, I don't want to say production value, although it does. But I could tell that people working on it were competent and seemed to care about it. And this was just as someone who came in as a voice actor. And so, even though I only planned to do voices, I immediately wanted to do more on this. So I don't think there were any posts on the forums. I'm not sure if we had a forums at this point. But I managed to reach out to King Gaff somehow, and I asked him, hey, I want to do more. Can I do more? And so he asked, like, what do you do? What can you do? And so I just list off a bunch of things that I have some experience in. And one of those was writing. Now, I'd never actually written anything before. Full disclosure. The most I had done previously was helping other people who had written something. And usually it was a script or something for stage play. And the one thing I seemed to be okay at was writing decent dialogue. So I noticed a lot of people, when they'd write characters, the dialogue they would speak, awful, terrible. Just did not sound natural at all. And so I was okay at making it sound like this is actually people having a conversation and not just a bad screenwriter writing a play. And so I told Gaff, this is what I can do. And he latched onto the writing thing. He liked that because they needed someone to do some writing thing. I didn't know what this was yet, though. And so he gave me a test. I think he threw me a quest that had been worked on at some point by someone, but had been sort of put aside because it just wasn't up to standard. And so he asked, can I rewrite this to prove my skill? So I thought, okay, I'll give it a go. I wrote it, sent it to Gaff, and would you believe it? He liked it. He said, wow, you did an acceptable job. Welcome to the team. And that's how I officially joined. Now, I think at this point, I wasn't lead writer. I was assistant writer. So I came on to help a fellow called Son of Soul Reaver. Now, he, right now, was what you would consider the lead writer of Sim Settlements 2. Originally, it was him and a fellow called Fey Poet, I think. And he had to step aside for real-life reasons, so Soul Reaver had been left with this job to write Sim Settlements. Well, what would be Sim Settlements 2? I don't think it was called that quite yet. And he just needed someone to help him out with things, so that was to be my job. So I came on and just did my best to help with ideas at this point, because this was very early in concept. But very quickly it went from being a assistant to being more of a co-writer. And I was happy with this. This was a promotion. Suddenly I was actually in an active seat. I was actually being able to direct where things were going in terms of trying to create this story. And then Son of Soul Reaver had to disappear. And that's how I became lead writer. So not that glamorous. It's more a case of everyone else who was to do the job, they disappeared. Because they just had real life stuff come up and they had to go deal with that. And that's how I became lead writer. And let me just check the chat, because I've just been rambling on, trying to get through my little backstory of how I got into SS2. I'm seeing a lot of familiar faces in chat. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching me. I was half worried I'll start this and it'll just be like one person watching, and that's technically me. But thank you very much for coming to watch. I appreciate it. I'm doing the gaff thing of taking a drink in between when I should be talking. I see Cobus is there, causing trouble. Hello, Cobus. Yep, I think, oh no, obviously, you know, you are in the modding circle. I think that's very common for people to come in and out, just because, you know, this isn't a job. We have no commitment to it outside of what we want to get out of it ourselves. So, you know, if real life stuff comes up, either you've got work, family commitments, obviously that comes before a random mob project for a game. But let's be honest, most people in the real world, they don't know what a Fallout is. So real life comes first, so it's completely understandable how a lot of people have had to just, you know, step back sometimes. And we've had a lot of people come and go on the team. Having a life, that's maybe a bit of a stretch there. Oh no. I have an existence. It's pretty good. Occasionally a bit of a life now and again when someone drags me out the house, which is nice. But, you know, existing is kind of okay. I've made my peace with that. Okay, let's get back to my notes. This is... I can tell why streamers have, like, a setup for streaming, because even though I've got 3 screens, just trying to navigate everything is oof. Okay, so where was I? So I'm the lead writer of SS2 now. Now, this is the point where we're going to get into more of the history of SS2. So at this point, if anyone has any questions about anything I bring up regarding Sim Settlements 2 or the writing of it, or just anything creative in general, because I'm feeling that is what I want to try and do with this whole stream experience. It's let's talk about how stuff is made and how SS2 got made, because it's kind of interesting. It didn't... Things don't go the way you think they're gonna go, and I think SS2 is a great example of that. You know, we didn't think we'd be releasing it in 3 chapters. That was not the plan originally. Originally, Sim Settlements ended roughly around the battle for the Gunners Plaza. That was originally the ending of SS2. But, big changes. So, let's see. So, when I was brought on, there was already sort of a rough idea of plot elements and story that was in place. For example, Jake existed. He wasn't called Jake yet, but he existed. And, obviously ASAMs existed, because that's one of the central things in Sim Settlements 2. Or Sim Settlements in general. And I believe, I could be wrong, I think the engram tapes existed. But at this point they were a much vaguer concept. I think these became a thing when Son of Soul Reaver was still on the project. And we were trying to figure out where ASAMs came from. And the answer to that was Magnuson. He wasn't called Magnuson yet, he was called Science Man. But he invented the ASAMs. And so, where did the information come from? They came from the engram tapes, or the memory tapes, or brain tapes. They've had multiple names. So, that's like a plot element that was there almost from the beginning. There's a lot of other inherited stuff as well. For example, the Ron. The Ron, I can't take credit for creating the Ron, in terms of him existing. I'm not entirely sure what his purpose was before I joined. Now, I might ruin the run for some people. I'm almost reluctant to share this piece of knowledge, but this is interesting, I think, and it sheds a bit of light on how things are made and what you should probably do creatively if you are creating something for people to enjoy. So, brace yourselves, you may have your world rocked if you love the run, because we're gonna get political. Oh yes, it's not even 10 minutes in, I'm not sure, but we're getting political already. So the run was originally based on the oh-so-popular President of the United States, Donald Trump. That's right, the Trumpster himself. And the idea of him, I think, was that he sold useless junk. And obviously it was meant to be sort of a political jab at Trump. Because he's useless, therefore he sells useless stuff. And that was it. I think that was the conception of the run at that point. He was there to make fun of Trump. He didn't really serve much of a story purpose yet. He wasn't an information broker yet, I don't think. I could be wrong about that. I think we may have decided that later on when we were trying to develop this character. But after Son of Soul Reaver had to depart, and I had suddenly all these pieces in front of me that had already been sort of arranged, and some had some work put into them. Like the run did have a face at this point. It was reworked from then. But, you know, there were pieces in front of me, and the run was one of them. And I figured, okay, what do we actually get from including this character the way he is right now? Because people who don't like him are probably not going to like that you have this facsimile of the person they don't like in their mod. Like, it's just going to annoy them. And it's going to age it, because, you know, fingers crossed in 10 years' time when people are having an anniversary playthrough of Fallout 4, and they need to play it with Sim Settlements too, of course you do. I think it's not gonna feel good to be like, oh yeah, that guy who's the president, that was weird. Like, it ages it immediately. And then, probably a smaller amount of our audience, but you know what? I guarantee some of our audience probably are okay with Trump. They might even like him. And now we're just alienating them, because they're like, oh, great. Another person making fun of Trump. Rup, rup, rup. Now I'm upset. Now I'm angry. Now I don't want to play this mod. I'm going to get on Nexus and I'm going to leave a bad comment. Terrible mod. So, immediately I'm like, okay, we just need to get rid of that angle of this character, because it just doesn't really do anything. You're either going to annoy people, upset people, irritate people. No one's going to be happy, really. I'm seeing in the chat, no one wants that for the Ron. So, you'll be glad to know we got rid of all that. Like, he's no longer a Trump allegory. We gave him a facelift, we gave him a personality change, and we gave him purpose in the story. That was true of many elements of Sim Settlements too. A lot of what's there... I know, Sim Settlements 2 was almost a let's make fun of Trump mod. I mean, I'm sure there are mods out there to do that, but that I don't think is what Sim Settlements should have been about. And I get it. It was the creator wanting to voice, like, their opinion, their views on things. Which all good works should do. But you should do it with some nuance. You know, and the way he was, the run wasn't very nuanced. So, complete overhaul of him. Thank God. I'm very happy that's something that changed. Otherwise, I think he just would have been scrapped. But I did see something there, because as we all know, the Ron now, he's a lovable goof. I'd say some of the inspiration for him is, I think some people already figured this out, Johnny Bravo. There's some elements of that there, of the sort of over-the-top, loves himself, thinks he's great, but really he's a bit, you know, not great, but he's lovable and dumb. Although he's not that dumb. Yes, he also takes some influence from a character from Third Rock from the Sun. And that's where his catchphrase comes from, oh yeah. I can't remember the name of the character off the top of my head. He's in a single episode. He is played by... oh, God, I can't remember his name now. He was a comedian. Did a lot of stuff in the 90s. Sadly, he was killed by his wife, of all things. Yes, Randy. Thank you. He's like a one-off character. And unfortunately, the actor who played him, he died in between the seasons of when the character appeared, because he appeared in the last episode of a season, and then appeared in the first episode of the next season. But he obviously wasn't around anymore, so they just had to like do something really weird with the character. But it was just a very memorable performance he gave, and that influenced some of the Ron's mannerisms. But that's just one element of things that existed in SS2, but were changed. You know, Jake existed. I think at one point though he wasn't called Jake. He was called James, after the King James Bible, which I think was a slight play on King Gaff somehow. But yeah, we almost had James, not Jake. And the main reason he's called Jake is because I went into the SS2. I went into the Fallout voice files and found out what names do we have that begin with J that the player speaks. Well, the player says Jake a few times, which I think is the son of the guy who wants you to go to the fireworks place. Not the fireworks place, the forge place, where the forged raiders are. I think his son is called Jake, and he's gone to join the forged. And we had a few good Jake lines. And this is before we did any sort of major audio editing to make new lines. We were just sticking with vanilla lines for now, so we had some good Jake lines. That's how Jake became Jake. But I figured it might be interesting to see how some of these quests that you know used to look. Because SS2 has had at least 2, maybe 3 giant overhauls in terms of the story. And I happen to have some of the old Twine files, and Twine is the program we use to organize and create the dialogue that will then originally get imported into the CK. Now we just do it manually because it turns out it's easier. But I have some of the old Twine files of quests that existed, that some of the bits you may notice because there are elements of them that did make it in to SS2. So today I figure we should look at the very first quest, which we all know as Laying Foundations. But originally, it was called the Mad Scientist of Red Rocket Truck Stop. The Mad Scientist being Jake, or James. Also, just a quick reminder, @SurikMe, if you want something answered, because already I'm seeing the chat scroll by, and I don't have nearly as many people watching as Gaff does. I have no idea how he manages to keep on top of the chat, because I'm struggling already, just trying to read my notes and keep on top of the chat. So, @Surik, and I will see it highlighted, and I will respond to any questions you might have. Yes, Jake was originally more of a science type man. He wore a lab coat and everything. He sort of shifted to becoming Engineer Jake. That was sort of the evolution of the character as we sort of worked with earlier versions of the script and made changes and refined things. But yeah, he was originally more of a scientist. There's even a reworked part of his intro quest that did make it into a later quest that didn't have what I wanted in it. I'll get to that when we get to that quest, hopefully, if I remember. But it was basically the trope of something exploding, which is the comm hub, big pile of smoke, and then the scientist is meant to get like a sooty face and then move his goggles up, and you have that perfect ring around. I just thought that was funny. I wanted that to happen to Jake. Originally, that did happen in the very first quest where you meet him, but that got moved around. Too Large Pepperoni says, what made you, or whoever wrote early Jake, change him from scientist to who we have today? Okay, so I'm not sure why he was originally a scientist. I do have some old documents which I can pull up, which I skimmed over, but maybe they will tell us why he was a scientist. But yes, originally for some reason he was much more science-minded, rather than sort of mechanical and engineering. The reason he changed was because it worked better for the story to have a character who is technically proficient, so he's able to figure out these ASAMs and make them do what we need to do in terms of introducing them during the story, but not know everything about them. Because he's not a scientist, he can't really understand them. He can't take them apart and be like, oh yeah, okay, I get this. I can now just do everything we need. But it made more sense that, okay, I don't quite get how this thing works, but I can figure it out. And I can sort of reverse engineer things a little bit, and I can slowly get us what we need. So I guess it was to dumb Jake down a tiny bit, but still keep him intelligent, and therefore we could spread out the mechanics you get. It's a sort of mechanics influencing story thing. I think that's probably what pushed Jake to be more engineer than scientist. Mad scientist? I don't know why he was meant to be a mad scientist. I just know that was the title of the first quest. That was something, Son of Soul Reaver. I got that quest from him back when it was called that. And I just remember he really wanted it to be called the Mad Scientist of Red Rocket Truck Stop. And so that was originally the title for the first quest. But let's see if I can bring this up. So do bear with me for a second. Also, how is everyone enjoying the music? It's good music, isn't it? It's from a very good game. I highly recommend it if you like old games. Ah, damn it. I had set this up previously, but it looks like it's not kept, but no matter. I can hopefully find these again. So, as I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, this is my first time streaming. Never done this before. So all this stuff you're seeing right now, I've had to figure all this out, and it seems to be working. But one of the things I didn't know anything about was how music works, because a lot of streamers obviously have music. And there seems to be kind of a grey area in terms of what you can use and what you can't use. Funnily enough, I did some test streams and just left them up. They're unlisted. As I was figuring things out, and oh, we have a donation. I heard the music. Let me see what it says. Just a random donation, no question. Thank you very much. If there's a question you want to ask it in chat, and I will happily respond. Good test, though. I heard the music this time, so that was a good alert. It definitely got my attention. Distracted me, but got my attention. Okay, let's try and find this old version of the quest. Just being supportive. Thank you very much, Can. I appreciate it. So I have so many backups of all the quests over the years, because I think only twice in like the 5-6 years I've been working on this, I've lost progress on a quest that had sort of been worked on all day, and it doesn't feel good. So after that, I've backed things up quite often. Downside is, I have no idea what some of these are for. Let's see. Okay, I found a version of the Mad Scientist at Red Rocket, but let me quickly scan through this, because not only do we have like different versions of the quests in terms of completely different, we also have different sub-versions, because you don't just write something and you're finished, you rewrite and you change things, and we definitely had quite a turbulent beginning, I think, in terms of writing and trying to get quests to work nicely and play right. So I think this might be the version I was looking for. Okay, now let me see if I can find the later version. So what I want to try and show you guys is the Mad Scientist at Red Rocket Truck Stop, and then a earlier version of Laying Foundations, which is similar but different, because we actually moved Jake around quite a lot. Like, he didn't always appear at your first settlement, which seems obvious now. Like, I think it may have been Gaff, maybe, who's like, we just need Jake to show up at your first settlement, because that makes sense, because you're building settlements. And duh, of course. But that took us like 2-3 years to get to the point where like, oh yeah, that's what we should do. So, a lot of things that seem obvious in the quest now, it took us a while to figure out that this feels right. Let's see. So right now, I'm trying to find an earlier version of Laying Foundations. Okay, I may have found what I was looking for. Okay, I think I found the 2 quests I was looking for. So let me first of all open this one, and let's see if I can get this working. Another question I've just spotted from Too Large. Did you write in his goofy little demo scene, or was that always in? That was a great decision, hard not to like him. That was all me. I can take full credit for that one. Hopefully you'll see if I can definitely find more of these old twines that have the old quests in. We definitely had like an earlier version of the demo scene at some point. Like that's always existed, at least when I started writing, in some manner. I think it happened in different orders and in slightly different ways. The version you know from the mod at the moment didn't really exist, though. That was definitely something that happened after the last major rewrite, I think. And also, originally, the way it was written was Jake would approach you and give you all 3 plot types at once. And then the idea was you'd go to Concord, get the ASAMs, go back to your settlement, and then Jake would show you all the plots. But we figured, no, he should just show you the residential first, give you that small taste of this is what these things can do, and then we'll go get the rest. And that felt like a very good natural breakup of the quest, as we're giving you a small taste, not overwhelming you with the mechanics, go have some fun shooting things, then we learn a bit more about it. And it's also sort of rewarding the player for engaging with the system, and they get a reward out of it, and rewards are always nice. Let's see, so I'm going to try something now, hope it works. Maybe, maybe not. Yeah, I've seen a few people not be quite sure of what Jake's angle is. Like, I remember in some of the early playthroughs of Chapter 1, some of the people were like, he feels very, he's a conman. He's come to con me with this amazing gadget that'll do all the things that you could possibly want it to do. And then old Paul turns up, and they're like, oh, okay, so this is the guy who's pretending to come up and be like, oh, what are these things you got? Well, these seem great. But that kind of, that's hard. That's not what he's doing, obviously. That was never his intention. There will be spoilers. I apologize for anyone, but I think we've probably all played, everyone who's watching. Obviously, Jake, to begin with, isn't really doing it to be a good guy. He has his own motivations, and he's greasing the wheels a little bit. He's being overly friendly. He wants to encourage you to do this thing he wants you to do, but it's for his own reasons. It's a good thing, but he has, ulterior motives there. Okay, I think this will work if I do this. There we go. I think now you should see. So this is Twine. Now I've opened it up in a browser, so it's a bit faster. I don't like this version of Twine, but it serves better for our purposes. So this is, if I just do this, sort of the tree, that kind of dialogue. It's a representation of the dialogue tree that you get in Fallout 4. In the CK, this would go from left to right, but for Twine, we do it from top to bottom, so it's chronological in order as you go down. And as you'll see, conversations are quite linear, really. Obviously, you get to ask questions, and usually you get a response from those questions, but it all sort of goes back to the same dialogue eventually. A bit of branching off now and again to give kind of the illusion of choice. A lot of Fallout 4, it's the illusion of choice. Many games are, really. Even the games, Cyberpunk. it's meant to be this huge game where you can choose to do everything, but really the story's quite railroaded because it's just impossible to actually create a complete branching path. We did have a few people write quests that I saw that was sort of every time you made a choice and it branched off, and then every time you made another choice it branched off, and it just got too much. Like, yes, you could do it, but my gosh, it's so much work. And that's for a small side quest, I think, of a settler, and I think they had to be told, you gotta dumb it down. Like, that's so much work. Oh, I think I seen a question. How did character role affect character design? I.e., Jake as a tutorial character, Ron as an information giver, Lupe, Aiden, etc. So that's interesting. So, obviously you've got a few elements that go into a character's design. You have their appearance, so their face and their body type roughly, how they dress, their outfits, and also their voice, so who voices them. I've heard it said you don't want to ever create a stereotype if you're creating a character, but what you do want is an archetype. So Jake is an engineer, so there's some archetypes that go along with that sort of mindset or personality, which Jake definitely has. Now, some people might say, well, that's lazy. You're just sort of leaning into pre-established notions of characters and design. And yeah, you know what? There is some credence to that. But also, it's very useful in terms of storytelling because we know what this character's role is. Other HQ characters, Lupe, we understand her role is to be sort of a smarter person who's able to give ideas and also have knowledge of the gunners. That's her role. She's also an engineer, but she's also got sort of an offshoot of that. So she's not quite Jake, she's her own thing, but she's also sharing some of those sort of archetypes. Aiden, that's probably a better example because he's very different. He's a gruff sort of soldier archetype, and you can definitely see some of that in his character. I think when it came to designing the characters, especially the core characters, we paid close attention to how they look, so we wanted the face to be right. Like Jake's face had to be friendly because he's the tutorial character. So he needs to look like someone who's approachable, someone you want to listen to. So he needed a friendly face. I think we achieved that. I can actually show you something. I do have something related to this, and this seems like a good time to bring it up. There we go. I found demo Jake face. This is what Jake used to look like. I'm just going to check if that's appeared. Yes, that's appeared. Fantastic. Hello, Foxel. I see you in chat. So this was sort of demo Jake face, way back before like anything released. And you can probably see some similarities. Their hair's obviously the same. And also he's more clean shaven, which is something that actually did make it through into the face that you know now. Originally that face, he didn't have a beard. He was more clean shaven. But I think Gaff was the one who decided he needs to look a bit older. And he needs to look a bit more worn down. Because he also shifted from being the son of a character. Jake originally had a father character. To being the father of a character, his daughter Laura. So a bit of age definitely helped by adding a beard. That sort of helped put him into that role a bit more and added a few years to him. So this is demo Jake. This is the Jake we knew for a while before Chapter 1 was released and in some of the old rewrites. And let's see, slight tangent here. Oh, let me just check the chat. Hello, Sonic Phil. Hi, hope you're well. I'm finally home, so I can join in. And a question to Cynical. And I'm not going to read that because that's someone else. That's for someone else. That's not for me. I'm not going to pry. Yes, Jake, I think was originally meant to be 28, 29, I think. So he was a bit younger. I think now he's like early 30s. We bumped him up a little bit. But let's see. I think yes. Okay, this isn't the Jake face, but we do. Actually, I'll show this one first. So originally we did a character, for Jake's character, we did a mashup of outfits. This is something we do for a lot of the characters in SS2. We don't create new outfits because that's difficult. Instead we do mashups where we take pre-existing parts and combine them. And as you can see, this is made up of Father's coat, I think we have here. I think Sturge's belt there. The Minutemen outfit, I think, for the arms. I think like one of the gunner outfits for the boots. And this originally was going to be the base for Jake's outfit, because we didn't have someone who could make original outfits. We still don't technically. I know someone on the team is working very hard at it, and hopefully one day we have that. But at this point, we had way fewer people on the team, and mashups was sort of the best we could do. So this was going to be Jake's outfit. It was going to be textured to look differently, which I might be able to find. Yep, there we go. This is just a stand-in. This was never Jake's face. I think this is just a random NPC that was used as a stand-in when we were doing quest implementation. And yeah, this is what Jake's outfit would have looked like in the game at one point. As you can see, there's still a bit of clipping going on. He had a fusion cell, which I think was an important element at some point in the story. I can't quite remember what it was about, but for some reason I was like, yes, he needs to have a fusion core on his belt there. I think it played an important role, can't remember how. Another question there from Too Large. I know he has his eyebrow scar from Olivia, yes. Yes, that's correct, I think that's where he got that one. When he went there alone. Any others we don't know about? Any of his quirks or features? Oh, I think he has one on his chin. I could be wrong. It's either his lip or his chin. I'd have to go find a current picture of Jake, which I don't have to hand right now. Whatever his other scar is on his face, that's from his days at working in the water purification plant. He got trapped underwater at some point, and his dad had to come save him, and he got a sort of a little nick on him. That is something I do like to do with many of the characters' sort of scars or facial features. I just like to make a little story about them, which may never come up, which is something I'd actually recommend. If you're ever creating characters, put that level of detail into them, but don't feel you have to put it in the story. It will help you as the writer, and it may influence something later on, but don't feel you need to explain every little detail about your character, because it spoils some of the mystery, and it's boring. We don't need to know everything. You know, just a scar on the face is enough to tell a story. You don't have Jake sort of sit down and be like, hey, let me tell you about this scar I've got here. We don't need to know that. Like, it's just interesting enough to see it. Scar on his chin. Thank you, Erica. Yeah, but this was Jake's outfit at some point. So if things had gone a different way, this is the Jake outfit you'd know in game. And I think we can all agree his current outfit is much better. But you can see some of the colour there. We definitely wanted red for part of it, which became his red scarf. What else? I think... Oh, here's a slightly more detailed. So this is when I think the outfit was going to have a bit more fleshing out. This is Jake's helmet. That was going to be sort of his battle helmet that he'd have an up variety of and a down variety. I think we still have this somewhere. We've not used it in game anywhere. I don't think it's textured. That is something that we could probably use at some point. I'd forgotten all about that. But this obviously we abandoned because we bought Nero one to do Jake's outfit instead. I believe Cynical did the concept art for it. We sent it off to Nero, and he very graciously made us Jake's outfit. But let's see. I think that's all I've got for... Yeah, that's all I found for the old Jake concepts. But I figured it may be fun to go through and see the first quest. Now, this isn't its first form, but this is definitely an early form, which at some point we may have gotten. Like, this may have been the opening to SS2 at some point. Now, let's see, I think I can do this. Let's try and figure this out. I'm going to start a poll. And the question is, do I act this out? Yes or no? Start poll. So, question is, do I read this through and try and do it in character, as I often do when we're doing read-throughs to see how things sound? Or would you rather I just skip over and just touch on the important elements that sort of go into it? So I'll just read it, but I won't sort of get too into it. And I'll just allow you guys to have a think about that while I take a small drink. So the upside of acting it out is you get to laugh at me and hear some silly voices. Downside is it will take a little longer, so if you'd rather I just skip over this and then eventually move on to playing through the actual questing game, which hopefully we get to, and hopefully I got set up and working correctly. So if you'd rather I get to that sooner, vote no. If you don't care and want to listen to me ramble for like I don't know, 20 minutes as we go through these quests, vote yes. I see some sane people are voting no. I see some maniacs are voting yes. I don't know how I feel about that, but I will abide by the poll. Was the baseball helmet? Well, the baseball helmet is an evolution of that helmet you just saw in the concept piece. As I said, like, there's a lot in development that sort of gets reused and evolved upon. So a lot of things in this quest, it's kind of rough, but you will see some familiar things. I think even some lines are exactly the same as they appear in the actual released version of SS2. I'm going to start calling them Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3. I think that'll be less of a mouthful and also be a bit more precise, because you know what I'm talking about. Okay, I think yes is the answer, so I'm going to have to do the voices. It's mostly going to be Jake at this point, so I will... Fun fact, I almost voiced Jake as well. We do have, maybe somewhere on our Google Drive, a early version of the Chapter 1 quest. I think it's mostly the version that we released with, just a bit less refined. We were having a hell of a time trying to find a good voice actor for Jake. It's not that we had not enough people auditioning, we had loads of people. He's the main character. We just couldn't find the right voice for him until we found Tom. So, almost, I would have voiced Jake if we couldn't find anyone else. I wasn't looking forward to it. It was, we just have to do this, but somewhere at some point maybe I can pull it up if we can find it. There is a working version of the very first quest where I do all of Jake's voice lines. And here's how good Tom is. Tom never heard me do my version of Jake in-game. We sent him the script. I'm fairly sure Kobus, who is our voice director, probably gave him some prompts of this is what we want, this is how Jake sounds, this is his character. And Tom just went away, did the voice, and he pretty much nailed the inflections of all the ways I had Jake read a line. Like, he almost immediately understood the character, and we knew we had our Jake at that point, so go send Tom some more love at some point if you're so inclined. Because he really did. He's Jake. Like, I can't imagine us having anyone else to do that role. Okay, wrong way. Okay, so I'm going to end the poll. You voted yes. You crazy people, you. Tom is brilliant. Yes. Okay, I'm just going to sound like I'm doing a really bad impression of Tom now. If I can do the voice. It's been a while since I've had to do these voices. Usually it would be myself and Cynical, sometimes Gaff, and sometimes a few other people in much earlier versions, but I would always read in the voice because then at least it became less confusing about who's speaking now, because, you know, we're not all in a big presentation room, we're on Discord and all we hear is a voice, so I can't be like, now I'm going to step over here to pretend to be this character, and now I'm going to step back to be the other character. So I'm going to try and read Jake in a Jake-esque voice. The play lines I'm just going to read very plain and just very, what are you talking about kind of way, because that way hopefully you can figure out who is who. So for the more long flowing conversations, I'm going to do something you'll see shortly, but for these short bits I'm just going to open and read through them. So originally, no, this is not the quest I want. This is the quest I want. Okay. Originally, we didn't meet Jake at our settlement after we built a radio beacon. Originally, he was at the Red Rocket, just outside of Sanctuary. And the idea was, I think I might have some notes here. As the player walks over the Sanctuary Bridge, small explosion is visible and heard from behind Red Rocket. Can we alter the trigger for the mole rat attack? So, obviously when you get to the Red Rocket, the mole rats jump out, but I think you have to talk to Dogmeat first to trigger that, or there's a timer if you ignore Dogmeat. But I wanted this to trigger right away because the mole rat attack would be linked to Jake. So can we trigger that sooner? Pretty much as soon as you're done talking to Dogmeat. If you ignore Dogmeat, just trigger the attack right away. So we get to the Red Rocket after seeing an explosion around the back of it, and we're like, ooh, that's interesting, let's go investigate. And we either are dragged into the mole rat attack right away if we try to walk away from it. Or if we investigate, we'd see that there is a guy around the back at the chemistry station. That is Vanilla. And it's Jake. And he'd be on the floor, knocked out, mumbling to himself. He would say, think I may have used a bit too much fertilizer. There you go. There's a bad Jake. It will only get better. Or worse. And then... Huh? The hell's that rumbling? Then the mole rat attack. So the player would deal with that, kill all those mole rats. And Jake would get up at this point, stand and talk to the player. Did it get him? And I'll just pick a random player line. What? Who are you? What? What'd you say? Who are you? The idea is Jake's deaf because of the explosion. He can't hear you. He's sort of... His ears are ringing and he's got soot all over his face. Player says anything. It doesn't matter. You first. What's your name? Jake says, what? And then I thought it was very funny if the player could only say what back in return, but each one has a different inflection, which we have because the player says what a whole bunch of times. So the player says, what? In response to Jake. Sorry, I kind of just exploded myself. I think I've gone and damaged my hearing. Wait, what's that tingling? Ah, shit, there was radium in that mixture. Probably gone and irradiated myself. Where'd that damn Geiger counter get to? And then the player would be like, oh, I've got one right here in my Pip-Boy. This was basically put up so that Jake can notice, oh, you've got a Pip-Boy, which I don't think originally was going to play as much of a role as it did. For example, we have the Pip-Boy radio. The player uses the Pip-Boy a whole bunch of times. It becomes important in the very last quest. But I do think we intended to use it for something. So this is the setup for Jake knows, you have a Pip-Boy. Player answers, I got one built into my Pip-Boy. Wait, that there on your wrist, is that... Dang it, it is! That's a Pip-Boy 3000, Mark IV. Hey, you got Jangle's Big Day installed on that thing? Where'd you even find one in such crazy good condition? And then the player would answer, pretty much, I think, as they do in the game right now. So, why are you asking about my Pip-Boy? I only ask because that's some rare pre-war tech. It's not every day you trip over a Pip-Boy. And then the player could answer or be evasive. Let's answer because we're nice. What do you know about Vault-Tec? Vault-Tec? I know a fair bit, I guess. Now at this point, in this version of the story, Jake, I think, had much more knowledge of Vault-Tec than he does in our story. I think, in SS2 as it is now, Jake, I don't think he ever really touches on the vaults. He's not interested in them. He doesn't want to get anything from them. I think, I could be wrong, I think at some point there was much more of a focus on the vaults. So Jake was somewhat of an expert at them. You can actually see a holdover of this on his map in his hardware store in Concord, where I think there's a note talking about finding something in a vault or visiting a vault. They were going to play much more of a role in Jake's story, but we went in a completely different direction after major rewrites. That plot element no longer exists, but you can still see a scrap of it on his big notice board, on his big map in Concord. Wait, are you telling me you're a vault dweller? From one of them vaults? And then the player would say, not really, no, they had us cryogenically frozen in these pods, but something malfunctioned. I woke up at one point, some people killed my wife and kidnapped my son. I'm trying to find him. And also there's an alt version, if you'd already found Sean, which does exist in our current version of SS2. I'm sorry, I know something like that ain't easy, but what you said about being frozen, are you telling me you're pre-war? Before the bombs? Oh, I forgot I wanted to do this a different way. Okay, I'm going to do a test from here. There we go. Yeah, before the war. Before everything was ruined. Wow, that's pretty amazing. Look, I may be jumping the gun here, but I'm thinking it was a stroke of luck we ran across one another. We're both in a bit of a bind, but if you can help me, then I can help you. And judging by how well he managed to deal with them mole rats, my little explosion went him riled up. I'm thinking the task I need doing would be better suited to an individual of your, abilities, instead of myself. Okay, I'll try to help. Depending on what you need, I may be able to help. Okay, here's the deal. I have a fascination with pre-war tech that runs deeper than just a tinkering hobbyist. People have done miraculous things with just a single chip or a gecko too. There's hidden gems out there that can make a real difference if used, and I just happen to have found one of those gems. Go on. Down the road away from here is Concord. There's a museum there, and in that museum, there's a box full of ASAM sensors. That's what I came here for. Problem is, some raiders gone chase folks inside, and now they're having a standoff. I can't get near the place. I was trying to jerry-rig together some explosives to toss at them, but you saw how that turned out. I don't really mind how you go about doing it, but what I need you to do is get in there and bring me back as many of those sensors as you could. Also, and also any instruction manuals. A basic user guide or even a holotape would save a whole bunch of headache of trial and error. So, you may notice things are different here. Jake's not had ASAMs yet. He's actually looking for them. So we kind of started the story a bit earlier in the Jake questline here. In SS2, obviously he's already found ASAMs, he's been using them, he knows what they are. The idea here was Jake doesn't know about ASAMs, so he's only just started looking for them. Sorry, scratch that. He does know about ASAMs. He's just not found them yet. And the idea is he would learn how they work along with the player, and that would be the tutorial. However, mechanics got a lot more complicated, and so I think eventually this idea became scrapped. And instead what we went with is Jake already knew about the ASAMs, therefore we can teach the player more things more quickly and move on to more complex mechanics. So we had a lot less mechanics and they were a lot more simple at a certain point. So that was the idea of Jake learning the ASAMs along with you, the player. Well, let's do a Y option. Aren't you going to offer me something in exchange for my help? And we're very charismatic, so we'll just default pass. I don't really have any caps to give you, but here, take my pistol. I'm a lousy shot with it anyway. Here's a few extra rounds for it. So here's something you'll notice. Jake at this point did not have his laser pistol. He had just a typical 10mm pistol. And he also wasn't very combative. He wouldn't join the player in any combat, I think, in this version of the quest, or this version of SS2. He was going to be much more of a, because he was a scientist, he was going to be much more of a, I'm going to stay back at the settlement and figure these things out, and you come back to me when it's quest time. But we're going to say, thanks. More ammo is always useful, I guess. Alright, I'll be waiting here if you've any questions. Oh, and I'd appreciate it if you were gentle with the sensors. They're kind of rare. And then you'd get a quest update. Go find the sensors, and this would be going to the Museum of Freedom and finding the sensors in there, which originally is where they were in Sim Settlements 1. So we hadn't changed that at this point. You'd still go into the museum and find that box of ASAMs there, and that's where the player got them from. So, how on earth do I exit this now? Let's see. Do I just click back maybe? Nope. Mad Scientist, Mad Scientist. Okay, that works. So we just found our way all the way down here. We've accepted the quest. And this was how SS2 began originally. Let me just pop back to chat here. Cynical's having flashbacks of the war. It was terrible. We try to forget it. It's a passable Jake voice. It's okay for doing read-throughs. I'm glad we got Tom for doing it in the actual mod itself. So at this point you just go find the ASAMs, and that was the original quest. And you could also talk to Jake and ask him some questions, because chances are this is the first time you're meeting someone. This is the first human you've spoken to after leaving the vault, so you could ask Jake some generic questions of just like, my son, he's been kidnapped, the world's changed, tell me about this town, which is Concord, and that's all for now. And here we go. So, player goes and gets the sensors, they deal with Preston or ignore him. The idea was you could always ignore Preston, because we know people hate Preston. So, you only needed to get the sensors. So, can I test from here? Is that going to work? Test from here. Okay. So, we'd return, and Jake would say, hey, how'd it go? You find everything? Yep. Here you go. I'm sure you'll put them to good use. And we hand over the sensors to Jake. Huh. More compact than I thought they'd be. Thanks to this holotape you nabbed, I should have these figured out in less than a few minutes. I'm glad I could help out. Now, don't think I've gone forgotten about you. I said I'd help you, and I will. As soon as you're ready, come speak to me, and we can discuss what it is I can be doing for you. And quest complete. Oh, and before I forget, here, take these. I dug them up whilst you're busy at the museum. And Jake would give you a small care package because, again, this is probably the start of a new game, and we just wanted to give the player some useful knickknacks. And that was the Mad Scientist at Red Rocket Truck Stop. That was our first quest originally. You'll notice we don't learn anything about ASAMs, really, because we don't know what they are yet. That would be in the following quest. And a few differences, but maybe also some similarities. Anyone has any questions? Now's the time. I'm going to have a small drink because my throat is dry because I'm talking way too much. I'm just going to check the stream, make sure everything's fine. Yep, looks to be. Just going to give you a minute or two to slam at the keyboard, because I'm sure you all have so many questions. But if you don't, that's okay. Like, I tried to touch on some of the differences between the quests. Hopefully I wasn't too rambling. See, this would be really fun if we could just grab someone random who doesn't have anything better to do and say, hey, implement these into the game. So we can actually see like how these play out, because I think how they play out would be quite a bit different. Why do I have Chrome? Because Chrome is easier, simple, and lighter. I'm using Firefox for my streaming stuff, and Chrome just for this stuff, for the Twine stuff. I have like 5 browsers actually, just because sometimes things don't work on one, and so you got to switch to another. For some reason on Firefox, this online version of Twine, it lags a bit for me, which is why I like using the desktop version. However, the desktop version has like 100 Twine files in it, probably more, because it has all the quests of SS2, so it's a pain in the ass to go through, and also it doesn't have any of the backups accessible, so it's easier for me to use a browser, and it's easier for me to use Chrome for Twine. Also, hey, stop looking at my desktop, that's not for you, get out of that. I do like how we're going over quest stuff and your question's like, hey, why have you got like 25 browsers? That's weird. Erica asks, I remember reading an old version of Jake's story and something about Algernon being part of that in the early version. How was it? I guess you mean like how did that happen, or how was that quest, or what was it about? Yeah. I'd say probably in 2 rewrites in, so this survived for quite a while. Algernon was the main antagonist in quotations, and he and Jake had a bit of history. He was still the ex-leader of the Gunners and still in the same position, and there was still the whole Gunner sort of civil war going on between them. But there had been... Jake had hired the Gunners. I'll probably touch on this later, because I'm sure this will come up when we get to that quest. But in short, just for now, Jake had hired the Gunners to help him find, I think, the memory tapes, or the engram tapes, or the brain tapes, whatever we were calling them at that point. And something had gone very wrong in finding them. I think the Institute had attacked. I think it was at the CIT ruins. And Jake was acting all cagey. Algernon was noticing this. The Simps spawned in, as they often do at the CIT ruins. The Gunners engaged with the Simps, lost lots of numbers. Algernon became very angry at this. He blamed Jake. Jake ran off without paying him. So yeah, it was sort of Jake was a little more shady in the past. He definitely became softer as time went on, and I think as we wrote him, and well, as I wrote him, other people helped though, and we found the voice for him, and so it, that version of Jake, thankfully, didn't last. I think definitely as time went on, he became more the Jake we know. Um, yeah, he was Jake was a bit more opportunistic, I think, and a bit more cowardly as well. I'd say actually Mansfield has adopted some of the earlier Jake traits. Not many of them, but the cowardliness he definitely adopted. But also Mansfield's brave. He's the bravest because he's so scared. I love Mansfield. Okay, I'm seeing no more questions, so I'm assuming everything was not too confusing of the earlier version. But what I have now is an earlier version of laying foundations. So this is like halfway through between sort of some of the earlier writings and what we ended up with. Because SS2 did go under a huge amount of rewrites. Like, trying to remember. Cynical, are you still in chat? Was it 2? No, it was definitely not 2. Was it 3 or 4 major rewrites we went through for SS2? Like, I know it's a big blur, because we've all been working on this project for like 5-6 years. So maybe we can't remember how many major... It was more than 3, okay. Sim Settlements 2 had less than... Okay, let's say 4. We had 4 major rewrites, and by major I mean we went through and rewrote pretty much everything in terms of the plot and the story, and rearranged like quests and where things happen and when it happens and why it happens. We would remove things, we'd put things back. It was a whole headache. I'm glad we went through it though. I think we got to a good product at the end, but there was definitely a lot of turmoil. Like, it took us a while to figure things out. So this is a quest that is halfway in between. Now, at this point, I think we hadn't yet decided to release in chapters, so we were still going for one big chunk release. And at this point, I say we, Gaff had kind of made the ruling of we're not going to have any major scenes play out in settlements, which is a lesson he learned from Conqueror. Apparently in Conqueror, which I didn't work upon other than doing a few voices, so I can't speak with complete authority here, but I believe there were a lot of scenes that take place in settlements. So you'd have Jammer, the raider guy, the sort of Jake of Conqueror. He'd live at one of your settlements, and sort of things we have take place at like the HQ or Jake's hardware store would instead take place at a player settlement. However, at a player settlement, you can put anything anywhere. So it was just breaking scenes left or right because there's a wall in between characters or they can't path somewhere. And I'm sure, as many of you seen, we already still have that problem when we have complete control over a situation. Sometimes characters will just walk off, not look the right way, decide to rub against something. I know Jake at one point still loves to just walk and just grind against that comm hub for some reason. I know it's been fixed and it just unfixes itself. So imagine that, but 10 times worse. So we decided to not have any major scenes take place at settlements, and so Jake got moved from the Red Rocket to a car just outside of Quincy. The idea is he's still trying to make explosives here, but he's doing it by siphoning... Don't be rude, chat. I see you there. Comm hub. So at this point, Jake is trying to still make bombs, but he's doing it out of a car. So the player would approach Concord this time. They'd still see an explosion, so we're still reusing that. And you'd hear Jake call out, "Ah, dang it!" You'd get close enough to him. "Oh boy, those old Corvegas sure don't like being tampered with, huh?" And the player would say, "Your guess is as good as mine." "What? What'd you say, Dad? Did you feel a rumbling? I think the intake pump's playing up again." And then we'd have a mole rat attack, because why not? So, similar setup that Jake's caused an explosion, mole rats attack. The reason I think I kept this is because the player attacking and defeating the mole rats shows that, hey, this person can fight. Otherwise, why would Jake be like, hey, why don't you go do this thing for me that involves shooting a gun and maybe dealing with raiders? He needed to know that the player is competent, or at least willing to sort of do violence. Because otherwise he's not met the player before, and he has no reason to ask them to do anything or know anything about them. So we deal with those mole rats. They are dead now, and hopefully this works. Yes. So the attack is over, and Jake would approach you. Oh, my head. Seeing stars. Thanks for the help, Slick. I owe you one. I gotta say, not many who'd put their neck on a line for a stranger like that. I appreciate it. You don't owe me. You clearly needed the help. You don't know the half of it. Thanks again for the help. Say, before you get going, I hope you don't mind me asking, but, that there on your wrist, that's a Pip-Boy, ain't it? Why are you asking about my Pip-Boy? I only ask because it's not every day you trip over a Pip-Boy. Where'd you get it? I got it in Vault 111. 111? That's the vault just down the road from here, right? How'd you even get in there? That place is sealed up tighter than a miser's purse strings. Oh, wait a second. Are you telling me you're not actually from that vault, are you? Vault 111, it was some kind of cryo facility. I woke up at one point, people killed my wife, kidnapped my son, blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to find him. Oh, I'm so sorry. I know, well, I know something like that ain't easy. You might be surprised how common that kind of thing is out here. I mean, not the frozen in a vault part, but I'm sorry, I'm rambling. I don't mean to pick up fresh wounds. But what you said about being frozen, are you telling me you're pre-war? Before the bombs? That's right. I was in cryo-sleep until recently. Wow. That's amazing. Look, I may be jumping the gun here, but I'm thinking it was a stroke of luck we ran across one another. And if there's anything I've been coming up short on recently, it's luck. Look, we're both in a bit of a bind, each with our own problems, but if you can help me, then I guarantee I can help you in return. And considering by how well you dealt with them mole rats, I'm thinking you may well be suited for the task I need help with. Depends what you need. I may be able to help. I'm sorry, I know I'm being kind of vague. It's just, I've already been burned a few too many times. But you're pre-war. You might understand. You see, a lot's been lost since your day. A lot of technology, a lot of know-how. But there's still hidden nuggets of knowledge out there. Things that can make a real difference in people's lives. And I just happen to have found one of those nuggets. Go on. Right now, we're on the outskirts of Concord, but further in, there's a museum. And in that museum, there's a box full of ASAM sensors. They're what I came here for. But problem is, museum's surrounded by raiders. Looks like they've gone chase some poor folks inside, and now they're having a standoff. I can't get near the place. I was trying to scav a little oil. Figured I'd make some explosives to toss at the raiders, but you saw how that turned out. Look, I know this is a lot to ask someone I just met, but those folks need help, and I need that box of ASAM sensors. If this all sounds like something you reckon you could handle, I'll pay you for your troubles. 200 caps, and a couple of stims and chems, too. And okay, I'll do it. What? Really? Well, alright. I wish I could go with, offer some backup or something, but my ears are still ringing something fierce. Oh, wait, I can offer some help. Here, take these. It's not as many as I wanted, but I did manage to make a few. Might be useful to you. Good luck. And he'd hand you some explosives to toss at the raiders. And you'd go in, get the box of ASAMs. Let me scroll down, scroll down. Oh, I scrolled a bit too far, I think. No, I didn't. Okay, so similar setup here. Jake is now on the outskirts instead of at the Red Rocket. But you can probably see things have changed a little bit. They're probably slightly closer to what they were in SS2's release. Jake is definitely a bit more helpful this time around, which was some advice. That's not the word I'm looking for. criticism, I don't know, that was leveled at him at some point during one of our rewrites, which was good criticism, I think, because you want Jake to be friendly. And so this is, you know, you're starting to see the sanding down of the rough edges. Jake is becoming a bit more friendly, a bit more helpful. He's not just not going with you because, well, it's dangerous. You know, I'd rather send this stranger off to the danger. Now he wishes he could go with you, but he was just exploded, and he has a good reason of, well, I can't even stand up straight right now, so I'll just give you something useful to help. So there's a slight evolution of his character now. He's become a bit more of the Jake we know, compared to the older version, who was much more opportunistic, I think. It's hard to remember because so many things got changed, but I do remember Jake being a bit more less friendly, I think, and he just got more and more friendly as time went on. Just a quick check of chat there. Okay, we're all good. Yes, I can't remember where Slick and Darling first was used. I'm not sure if that's something that we began with, or eventually it was just figured of, hey, we need, you know, a name that the player can be called. You know, Piper calls the player Blue. What do we refer to them as? We didn't have Chief yet, because the HQ didn't exist at this point. And obviously this is too soon to be called Chief, so that's why Jake calls you Slick or Darling. It's because you know you're who he's talking to right now. It's his name for you, because obviously we just can't say the player name. Question from Kez Daddy. Was there much conversation about whether or not to include Preston Garvey? I think it was just accepted at the beginning that we just don't include Preston at all. But again, obvious reasons. People don't like Preston. People don't want to engage with the story. However, in the earlier versions, and in this one too, it still was a box of ASAM sensors that you need to get from the Museum of Freedom. And that gave us an excuse at least to... well, it didn't give you an excuse, but, you know, it kind of pushes players to have to interact with Preston somehow. Now, we could have gone and just ignored that completely. But this was still at a point where anytime we created something, either in terms of story or assets, we tried to reuse them as best we could. Especially me. I was still, at least initially, you know, a year or two in, still kind of new to writing, really. And not yet quite comfortable enough to be like, okay, I'm just going to scrap all of this and begin again, which we definitely should have done. That was a problem of some of the rewrites, because there definitely were elements I was trying very hard to keep in of stuff that had already been designed in terms of like levels, assets, characters, all this stuff, or even just quest design that had already been implemented. And it's like, well, we can reuse some of this, but it means I have to rewrite things in a certain way. Like the engram tapes that became Magnuson's MacGuffin thing. Those originally had a very different purpose. And I worked very hard to keep those in because they seemed important. Because if you just remove them, suddenly a lot of the story didn't make any sense. So you'd have to rewrite it anyway. But with every change we made, things became a bit more convoluted, a bit harder to explain. It was a good lesson to learn, and I'll try to pass this wisdom on. If you ever inherit a story, and there are things in it that you just don't know what to do with, or you can't see an easy way of making it work, it's probably easier and faster to scrap it all, take the few elements that you like or that you think work, and just create something new. It seems like that's going to be the harder thing to do because you're literally just scrapping everything and beginning again. But the amount of time we spent trying to get elements of SS2 working in the early drafts, it just ended up being a lot more time than if we just began from scrap. However, in our case, or at least my case, it was probably beneficial that we went through all these rewrites because it's what pushed me to actually improve at writing. Because again, when I started SS2, my writing experience was very minimal. I came on to be co-writer. No, assistant writer. Then I got promoted to co-writer. So, you know, really I didn't need amazing writing skills. I just needed okay writing skills. But by trying to rework the quest so many times, it definitely pushed me to improve. And now I'd say I'm pretty good at writing, I think. That's for you guys to decide, but, you know, toot my own horn, I think I'm okay. But that's for you to decide ultimately. I think always the audience is the true barometer of how good someone is at telling stories. So, similar setup, you'd go into the Museum of Freedom. you, by doing that, would always trigger the Deathclaw encounter there. Or not. We do have some alternate talks here if you'd done that before. But let's just assume you're doing a fresh playthrough. So you return to Jake. He's not waiting outside Concord. He didn't see the Deathclaw come up. Oh, thank you, Kez Daddy. I love you too. So in this version, Jake didn't see any of that. He's not there with you fighting, which was a change we made later on to, again, get him more involved with things. We also didn't want him to be too involved because he's very overpowered, just because of the way we need to have his weapon work in the game. So, you know, we didn't want to send Jake with you all the time because you could just sit back and let him defeat everything, and that's not good. The player needs to be the one, you know, pushing things forward and making the difference. Anyway, we return to Jake. He's on the outskirts of Concord, so he didn't see any of the fight with the Deathclaw. But he would say, "What in the Sam Hill was all that racket? I heard that all the way over here." Wait, did I do it wrong? Player's also wearing power armor. Okay, that's the default. What are you wearing? Where'd you find a suit of power armor? You know what? Never mind. Questions for another time. Did you manage to find the sensors? Here you go. I'm sure you'll put them to good use. Huh. Would you look at that? More compact than I thought they'd be. And hey, there's an instruction holotape too. Well, alright then. And this is similar to... Actually, I'll exit out of this so you can see it. So here we actually have all the... No, we don't actually. We have more of them eventually. These are some of the ways you can deal with Preston. And this is cut content, I guess. It's content we may include one day. But this little branch over here is if you killed Preston and everyone inside. Which is something you could do in Conqueror, I believe. There was an option you could enable that would let you kill any character, even if they were a quest giver. Which obviously would break a lot of the vanilla game. Like you can go kill Piper or Maya Madonna in Diamond City. But that breaks a lot of things. But the idea was with Conqueror, it wasn't... I don't think the vanilla story was touched at all. It was considered that you're doing like an alternate playthrough of an alternate timeline. You'd have to ask Super Weevil this. He's the writer for Conqueror. He'd be able to tell you if this is the case, but I think the idea was if you play Conqueror, it's a completely different story to the base game. And so it was decided that, hey, you can just murder anyone. You're a raider in this playthrough, essentially. So I wrote this option here because we were trying to figure out integration with Conqueror so that you could have SS2 and Conqueror installed at the same time. And eventually the idea is you'd have to pick a path. Either you side with Jake and you want to rebuild the Commonwealth, or you side with Jammer and you want to enslave the Commonwealth and be sort of a raider. I'm half glad we didn't do that, because otherwise I would have had to write basically all of the tutorial quests we had for SS2, but from the perspective of Jammer trying to teach you instead. And I don't think Jammer would be very good in terms of teaching you actually how to engage with the mechanics. Like, I don't think we, and by we I mean me, do a very good job of actually teaching a lot of the in-depth SS2 mechanics. Part of that is because things were changing and evolving as development was going on. So it wasn't like all the mechanics were done, therefore I can explain them all to you. Like, a lot of things were added, changed in infancy, cut, removed. And that obviously changed writing. I had to go back and change things. So instead, the writing tried to teach you the basics of these are things we are fairly sure will never change. Even then, we had to have some rewrites on these things. But because of that, we also don't go too in-depth with some of the more advanced mechanics because, you know, even today they're still being changed as Gaff figures out, hey, this feels better, or this doesn't play out the way I wanted it to, or it turns out players don't like this system, we need to change it. And then, of course, everything we wrote would have to be changed. There is already stuff in SS2 that, like, there's a Jake line, it's recorded, it exists, but it just gets skipped over. Because what he says isn't true anymore. There's only a few of them, but there's a few times where Jake will teach you a mechanic that doesn't exist anymore. So there's quite a bit of that. And over here on the right is... Ooh, as I break everything. Okay, I don't know why it's doing that. I'm just going to stop touching things. Over here on the right is a mechanic that is essentially cut, which is that you can kill everyone. So that's that. But for the most part, it's close to what's in SS2 release right now, which is you can save Preston, or you can ignore him. Either way, Jake's very happy, so everything's taken care of. Jake would say, well, alright then. Glad to see a happy ending. You did good. You know that, right? Player says, I'm just glad to save some lives. And then Jake would say, well, now don't think I've gone forgetting about you. Here's the payment I promised, and not a cap less. You really pulled my ass out the fire. I'm not gonna forget that. Sorry, but I need to go check out this ASAM holotape. I saw a terminal in town I think I should be able to use. Say, would you come join me? Or come with me? And I think this is the first time we had Jake go to the hardware store, which became his base eventually. I think in this version, this was also his base. But yeah, there are some versions of the very first quest you may have forgotten if we didn't rewrite it or things went a different way. But you can probably see some similarities, you probably see some differences. I'm glad we went with what we did, but things weren't obvious. Like, it seems very obvious in retrospect of how we should have done things, which is how we ended up doing them. But yeah, this was early SS2. And now we go back to this screen. That's right, I know how to stream. Wow. Talking really dries out your throat. That's the last of my drink now. You're welcome. I'm hoping this was interesting. I'm hoping this was entertaining. If you like this, I can do it for the rest of the quest, but I definitely wanted to get the input of the audience. Like, was this interesting? Would you like to see more of some of the earlier versions of the quests and how they changed and evolved? Ooh, another question from Too Large. The Concord store was a good choice for a base. It was good to have a location to keep coming back to, especially when Concord develops over time. So the Concord developing over time thing actually came in, I think that was a chapter 2 introduction, I think. So I think Gaff has told this story before, but I'll retell it just in case. The Concord project, as we called it, uses characters we had to cut that were going to be settler characters. So they'd show up at your settlement and, you know, be like, hey, I want to join you. Here's a little quest, or here's something about me, let's join. But they were either never finished. I think some of them weren't finished, or the writing wasn't done, or the person writing them disappeared, so it didn't get done. And so the idea was, we'll take some of these unfinished characters, we'll rework them, and make them now be people who move into Concord over time, as a result of Jake and the player's actions in starting to rebuild the Commonwealth. Which also, I think, led into the Commonwealth repopulation system, which is the doors and stuff appearing on places in Concord. So that's just generic settlers, I think, would appear in there, and occasionally we send you into some of these locations for a quest, I think. Definitely in the main quest, at least once. Or maybe in just one of the NLTC quests, which is the main quest, I'm going to count that. I think you get sent to a resident in Concord. But I think the idea with the population system as well was meant to be, we're going to do this in Concord, and if we have time, or other people want to do it, we'll do it elsewhere in the world. So it wasn't just meant to be Concord. It was sort of meant to spread out and sort of cover, you know, like Lexington and sort of the outskirts of Boston. We may still do that at some point. There are plans, at least I have, that I'd like to see put into the game. I'm not going to spoil anything. The downside is it's a lot of work, and mostly it's, especially if I push for this, it's me asking other people to do the work, because I don't really know how to do that in the CK. So I think it's worthwhile. I think it's something that would add to the game, but it's definitely not a priority. So, you know, that's something we didn't even look into because we needed to get Chapter 3 out. People saying very nice things in the chat. Thank you, Sonic Phil. It's hard to know what's actually interesting to people listening. To me, I already know all this, and it just seems like I'm saying the same old things again and again that I've already discussed at some point, either to myself or someone on the team. So it seems kind of boring. I have this problem with quests, actually. Once I've written a quest, after rereading it like a few times, because we're doing edits or just having a meeting to go through how a quest plays out, I start to think, oh, this quest is so boring. Like, the dialogue's so bad. Like, oh, why would anyone like this character? You know, it's like hearing the same joke 10 times in a row. It just stops being funny. You reread your work again and again and again, and it just stops being good. Like, you were happy with it at one point, and now you're just like, ah, I need to redo that. That's awful. Why did I think this was okay? So it's difficult to know what people who don't know all this stuff and haven't read it 10 billion times, it's difficult to know if you find that interesting or not. But I'm going to take your word for it. I'm going to assume you do find it interesting. Even just seeing Concord be built up like that with the walls, etc. was cool. I like that too. I'm actually doing a real playthrough of Fallout 4 right now, with Sim Settlements 2 and a whole bunch of other mods. And heavy, hardcore survival as well, so it's taking me a long time to get through things. And that does feel really good when you come back to Concord after sort of doing quests, and suddenly seeing people arriving. The walls get built after the gunner attack, and after Jake gets kidnapped. It was a good choice. I can't take credit for that. That is probably primarily a gaff idea. Probably some other people's ideas on the team as well. I couldn't tell you who exactly, but I can't take credit for that. After having said nice things, I'm now going to say a horrible thing. The Concord system definitely needs some polish and some love. It was a bit rushed. It was given to someone who had like not enough knowledge and time, and we just didn't give him enough of what he needed to do a good job of it. So he did as good as he possibly could, and that's not his fault, it's our fault. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head who it was. Cynical might know. Oh god, this is embarrassing. This is people I work with, and I've forgotten all the names. Cynical, help me out here. Who spearheaded the Concord project? Surlock, thank you. See, that's embarrassing. Surlock and Sag. So Surlock was basically given the task of, here's a bunch of characters who weren't finished. Make it seem like they're moving into this town. Like, they weren't written to move into Concord, except Edmund. He got some rework because he became the figurehead and leader for that. But all the other characters sort of, they had a few small rewrites and a few new lines recorded, but a lot of it was sort of working with what was already there and trying to make it work. And I think Surlock did as best as he possibly could with the resources we gave him. But like, I think it was just he was given this difficult task, not probably given enough love from like people like me and Cynical who are like, oh, we're the writers. This is how you should write this character and make sure this goes this way. Again, not to say it's bad, it's just a bit clunky and a bit messy. And that's on us, really. That's something some other people on the team really should have been helping out more, and I don't think we did. And that's why Concord isn't quite as polished as it could be. It's something at some point I do know quite a few people on the team want to go back and try to improve. Hopefully Surlock feels that way and doesn't feel as if I'm just being like, you suck, Surlock. He's not to blame at all. If it was a choice between not having it in the shape it is now... No, let me rephrase that. If it was a question of not having it at all, or having it in the shape it is now, I pick in the shape it is now. When we released with it, it was in a much rougher state. Like, a lot of the quests just didn't work properly. A lot of the dialogue didn't make sense. Yeah, it was a mess. Like, it felt bad to have that sort of up front and center around Jake as things were going on. And that's true of a lot in the quest, or a lot in the mod, rather. There's a lot of time where stuff around what's considered the more important thing, it didn't get the love it deserved just because there wasn't time, or there weren't enough people to work on it. Now, a lot of that has been polished out as we've released Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, and a lot more is still to be figured out. During my playthrough right now, I'm still making notes of things we've not had a chance to fix in like 3-4 years of releasing, from all the way from Chapter 1. Like, there's still moments in Jake's first handful of quests where like, oh, he's not meant to do this right now, or there's meant to be a prop that he doesn't have, or a sound effect that isn't quite finished. Now, most of it plays well enough, and I don't think most people will notice what's missing. But occasionally, I will see someone streaming, and they'll be like, huh, that's weird, or why is that? Or, there really should be this here. And it just, oof. And the thing is, like, yeah, we know. We did plan it, but it's just, there's so much that goes into this, and there's so few people working on it. But, overall, I think we did an okay job, so, I think people enjoyed it. Anyway, how's everyone doing? It is... Are we almost 2 hours in? Oh, boy. That's... Time flies when you're rambling to a screen. But how are we all doing? Are we enjoying? Are you wanting me to jump in game and start actually doing a playthrough and talking about the game? Should I make a poll? Because I don't actually know how long we should do these things for. I guess about 2-3 hours. So we're coming up to about 2 hours now. We have 2 people who are enjoying it. We know that's almost a majority. Okay. We have positive comments. In that case, I'm going to take a short break because I need to refresh my drink and also have a quick trip to the bathroom. I will be back with you in 5-10 minutes. Let's see if this works. Thank you, Kes Daddy. It would help if I had my physical mic unmuted as well as as that. There we go. Okay, good. So welcome back, everyone. So, quick story. I figured before I started streaming, I should test Fallout 4 and make sure it's working. Which it was the previous day. Because I'm currently doing a playthrough, it's currently modded. So I went through and made a new profile and removed a lot of the mods I knew would get in the way of some settlement stuff. Like I have traveling NPCs, for example. And while it's a good mod, and I'd highly recommend it, I think it maybe got in the way of a quest once or twice, because an NPC sort of, walked in front of the screen, and or I was attacked by something. So I went through and deactivated a bunch of the sort of heavy overhaul mods or anything like that would get in the way. But I didn't want to get rid of too much because I've also modified a bunch of INIs. And to be honest, I just can't be bothered going through and removing everything and then trying to put it back when I actually return to playing. So I thought, okay, maybe this will work. And it seemed to work. But just before the stream, I launched Fallout 4 to do a test, and it wasn't working, and things were broken. So I very quickly, just before the stream, was just rummaging around, trying to get everything working again. I think it's okay. So I think we should have a somewhat smooth experience, hopefully not too many hiccups. But we may also have some hiccups, so we'll see. I've not yet decided what I want to do for this playthrough, if it should be a proper playthrough where I'm gonna, listen to every line of dialogue, if I'm actually going to play without God mode, whether I'm going to engage with the vanilla quest, any of this stuff. But I figure I'm gonna leave that up to you guys, because you're the ones watching. So, would you prefer a full-on playthrough where I don't skip any dialogue, and just proper playthrough with commentary on top of it? Or would you prefer, turning on God mode so we don't get killed and have to restart things, fast traveling around so we can skip stuff, skipping over dialogue that we've heard a few hundred times before? Tell you what, I'm going to make a poll, because I did that already and it worked. So let's see. Start a poll. Let's play. Or just Q and A question mark. Voting begins. I do have SS2 extended, I think, Sebo. That's another thing I went and tried to... I think that's what broke it. I updated to the latest version of SS2. And I'm fairly sure that caused just a bunch of problems. So I think I got it all working now. I'm not sure what I'd enjoy. Obviously, the quicker thing is to play with just God mode on and to skip some of the dialogue. And I can always just change it at a certain point. If things feel they're dragging, I can switch to God mode type playthrough. If things feel a bit rushed, I can switch to just doing a let's playthrough type thing. Yes for a playthrough, no for Q&A. That could have been clearer. Maximum fun for me. Okay. Tell you what, I'll try and do mostly real playthrough. We'll skip through some of the vanilla game stuff as best we can. And we'll listen to Jake talk, because we like that. Now, let's see if this works. Okay. Okay, it looks like it's working. Can we see the game? Can we hear the game?
Right here in the city, Boston's swatting sultans will swing for the fences. Led by star pitcher Matt the Missile Murtaugh, Boston hopes to defeat Texas and deliver their first World Series victory.
Come on, just answer the door and he'll go away.
See and hear. Wonderful. Now, I did intend to have a start of the game, sort of after we just skipped the vault. But because of the issues, I didn't quite get that far. So hopefully everything's okay. But it does mean we're going to have to endure this guy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Vault-Tec calling.
Uh-huh.
Go on.
Nice to find you, sir.
Also,
You can't
I went
begin
with
to
an
know
alternate
how
Nate face.
happy I am to finally
Just because
speak
I'm
with
so
you.
tired of
I've been
seeing
trying for
default
days.
Nate.
It's a matter of utmost urgency.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'm glad you caught up with me.
Oh, me too.
Uh-huh.
Now, I know you're a busy fellow, so I'm here today.
Yep.
Sounds great.
Oh,
Vault.
I just need to...
Right.
Yep.
Sure. Let's do it.
Splendid.
See, I kind of like this opening in terms of it setting up, you know, the world. But it's such a drag. Like, it's... After you've played the game a few times, it's not as fun as it was the first time. I think it's okay if you've not played the game for a few years, which is usually the case for me. In which case, I kind of enjoy this beginning because it gets you back into the world. It lets you get into the shoes of Nate or Nora, and kind of remember, oh yes, this is how that game goes. But in terms of, you know, storytelling, it's a bit boring, really. It's definitely a weaker opening compared to something like Skyrim. I think Skyrim has a great opening. You know, it's meme worthy how good it is. We don't see many memes of the Vault-Tec guy. Okay, we're gonna go with Cirque. Now, it's been a while since I've played with an unmodded game where all your abilities are more vanilla based, so okay, well, I like a bit of strength, so I don't have to be too weighed down. Let's go for a low perception, because in an unmodded game, I don't tend to use VATS that much. It's good to have a bit of health. Charisma is important for those speech checks. Let's go for 7. Intelligence does get us more XP. Let's go for... but wait, agility for action points. Okay. We'll have 1 luck. We are very unlucky. We're not going to have any criticals. I don't think luck does all that much in the game, really. I think it might affect your chance of finding items, maybe? Could be? Not sure. But either way, I think that's going to be our stats.
Wonderful. That's everything.
Yep.
Just gonna...
Thanks again.
Hey, it's peace of mind. That's worth a little paperwork, right?
Oh,
For
also,
you and Sean, no price is too high.
still got one of the mods installed that I like.
Good answer.
It creates more
I have
variety
my
between the
moments.
clothing. And I like this better than the jump pantsuit thing that Nora wears in default. Also, one of my texture mods is broken, I think, so we have beautiful shiny Codsworth. I'll try and fix that for next time.
You heard Codsworth. Go on.
I have no idea why it looks like that. Also, the vault suit was broken at a certain point, so I hope that's not broken again this time. Also, a texture mod... I think I have a ton of texture mods installed. Those don't tend to cause many issues, so we are having slightly higher textures for things, which is always nice. But also, I recently upgraded to a 4K monitor, and it turns out Fallout 4 running at 4K, whilst it looks very nice, it puts some strain on my graphics card. So that, along with streaming, seemed like maybe I shouldn't push my luck there. So we're back to standard resolution. I have no idea if it looks okay or not. It looks a tiny bit blurry on my end, but I think that's my screen. Let's play with little Sean, who looks less like a potato this time.
How are the 2 most important men in my life doing? Spin the mobile a bit. He loves that.
Spin the mobile.
Hey, how's my little guy? Much better now, huh? Listen, after breakfast, I was thinking we could head to the park for a bit. Weather should hold up.
Yeah, sounds like fun.
Sir? Mum?
Uh-oh.
You should come and see this!
Codsworth, what's wrong?
It's not the end of the world, is it?
Yes, followed by flashes, blinding flashes, sounds of explosions. We're trying to get confirmation.
What?
We seem to have lost
What did he
contact with our
say?
affiliate stations.
Oh, no.
We do have coming in. That's, confirmed reports.
Why is Nora wearing a dress? That is from a mod I think called 1950s Fashion. And it creates alternate female versions for some of the outfits. I like some of them, I don't like some of them. For example, I don't think the mechanic jumpsuit should have like high heels. The mod offer did. So thankfully, the mod's quite modular and allows you to pick what you do and do not like. And I like that Nora dress. So I said yes for the dress.
Reports of nuclear
Plus, I love the shoes.
detonations in New York and Pennsylvania. My God.
My God.
Oh my god.
Okay, I can run now. Let's go.
Now!
I've got Sean. Let's go.
Residents of Sanctuary Hills, if you are registered, evacuate to Vault
Oh wow.
111
Okay.
immediately.
That doesn't look right. Let's just ignore that. I have no idea why that's happening up there with the clouds. I've never noticed the spike before. Oh, must be vanilla because I've removed most stuff that should. Okay, here's something I didn't know. I'm just gonna quickly save. I didn't know for the longest time if you don't go the way you're meant to, and we just say, "Oh, over the bridge," you get nuked. I did not know that, and that scared the hell out of me when I was doing a test play once. Like, have you ever had a nightmare where you're playing a game? Oh shit! Don't want to go that way. No. Where you're playing a game in your dream, but the game doesn't behave the way it should do, and it's freaky because you know you've pressed the pause menu and the game isn't pausing. That's scary. I got huge vibes from that little explosion thing happening, but in real life. Because that had never happened to me before, so that was kind of freaky.
If you're in the program, you'll get in.
That's absurd! I
Not
am
on the list.
Vault-Tec.
You don't get in.
I'm going in. You can't stop me.
Poor Vault-Tec guy.
Okay,
We're not
okay.
in the program. I'm reporting this.
And we
If you're
never
in
see
the
him again.
program, step forward. Otherwise, return home.
Hello.
We need to get in. We're on the list.
Infant,
Uh-huh.
adult male, adult female. Okay, go ahead.
Off we
Thank
go.
you.
You two, follow me. Come on.
What's gonna happen to all those people outside
We're
the
doing
gate?
everything we can. Now keep moving.
Okay, his Vault-Tec uniform looks correct, so I think that texture issue I was having in testing is gone.
Step on the platform in the center.
I just tried putting my torch on, my flashlight on the Pit Boy. Don't have that yet.
All right, that's it. Send it down.
Oh,
Almost
there's another
there.
mod I have.
We're
that
gonna
gives,
be okay.
Custom paint
I
jobs
love
to the
you.
vertebrates.
Both of you.
We love you too.
Sorry, ignoring my wife and child. I was looking at the vertebrate. That's much more
Hold
interesting.
on.
What's happening over there? Oh my god.
Oh God! Oh God!
Now, another issue I had in testing that I think I fixed was I think it was a pre-combined fix mod was breaking something down here. So let's see
We
if
did
that's working now.
We made it. We're okay.
Everyone, please step off the elevator and proceed up the stairs in an orderly fashion.
No need to worry, folks. We'll get everyone situated in your new home.
So I think that guy
Vault
talking over there is the
111.
overseer.
A better
Could
future
be wrong.
underground.
So we just...
Let's
Yes,
see.
up the stairs.
I can't believe it. If we left
Yep.
a minute later.
This is the overseer. So
No,
first
no,
bit
we
of
don't get caught up
SS2
thinking about that.
trivia lore,
You're safe now.
if he shuts up.
Everyone, just head up these stairs and through
Uh-huh,
the door there.
Okay. Is we have someone voicing the overseer in SS2 on one of the Magnuson holotapes that you find when you return to Vault 111.
We'll
I-
get everyone
I
through
didn't
this as
remember that
quickly
we
as
actually hear this
possible.
guy's voice
Just
being
head
the
up
overseer.
stairs.
So we have someone else with the voice. I don't think anyone will notice. They might do now that I pointed that out. But that's it's something Gaff doesn't like. I know he's spoken about it before. He doesn't like us inserting our own lore into the game. That sort of happens previously, like to something that might overwrite or sort of add into the vanilla game in sort of an intrusive way. Now, personally, I think we've done a decent job of avoiding that. but now and again there have been some things I've wanted to include that Gaff has pushed back on. One of those is those holotips, for example. They at one point were much more visible. I think they've been moved now, so we'll have a look for them. They should be in the vault once we skip forward in time. Okay.
Hey there. Thanks. What now?
Just follow the doctor here.
I don't think they're using the proper textures for the vault suits. Never mind. That's for my personal playthrough. There's a beautiful mod that has a very nice retexture of the vault suit. That's very faithful, because I like faithful mods. But I also think it looks really nice.
Great, mind you. It's gone. Our home. Everything we had.
My mother and father down in D.C.
How long do you think we'll be down here?
Honey, what if they
Oh,
can
we'll
make
be
it?
going over all that in orientation. Just a few
And
medical
over
items
here,
we have to get through.
we
first.
have some SS2 lore. We may all know who is meant to be in this pod.
Prepared for the future, right?
It's Magnuson. I've ruined it for you. I've spoiled the entire mod. I'm sorry. But yeah, vanilla. This pod is empty. It doesn't have a resident, and it has no resident data. We can't access the terminal because this guy's on it to stop us from accessing. But yeah, it's a vanilla thing that for some reason this pod is empty. Now I don't know why. I don't know if someone was meant to be in there and it was a plot thing that was cut. I'm fairly sure I've read somewhere that someone you interact with in the game at some point was also meant to come from Vault 111. Like, my brain is telling me Kellogg, but I know that's wrong, because that doesn't make any sense. But at some point, someone here was meant to have gotten into this after you get into yours, and was meant to have left, I think, before you leave. Okay, to Large Pepperoni says, it says in the terminal that one of the citizens never made it in time. Yes. Now, I think that's obviously what we touched on with the, well, what I expanded on with the whole Magnuson lore thing. I decided that person, that was Magnuson. And it's sort of trying to use vanilla lore to prop up our own in a way that's, we're not inserting something that didn't exist before. Whoever was meant to get in this pod never made it in the vanilla, and we're saying that person was Magnuson. Therefore, there's no conflict there with Vanilla Quest, but we've also added in our own thing on top of it. But I'm fairly sure in like an earlier version of Fallout 4, the idea was whoever didn't make it to this pod played an important part in the story. Okay, I'm going to ignore my kid. Don't care.
Excuse me.
There we go. Nope. Don't care if you're crying, Sean.
The pod will decontaminate and depressurize you before we head deeper in the vault. Just relax.
Time for a whole new life.
Resident secure.
I do like that you can look around in here.
Occupant vitals normal. Procedure complete.
Okay, I'm meant to be looking over there.
In 5,
I wanted to look in the corner before I froze.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, I do believe we will be seeing some more mod content, not from SS2, but from one of Nero's mods. And Nero is the guy who made Jake's outfit. I think he makes wonderful outfits. Oh, okay, that's interesting. The game refocuses you to look directly that way. I was trying to break it by looking down in the corner, but it obviously refocuses you. Oh no, and then you can move around, okay.
This is the one. Here. Open it. Are we okay? Almost.
See, if I'm going to put on my writer's hat right now, there is like zero reason for Kellogg to shoot your wife. Obviously, it's a setup to give the player character, ooh, I'm vengeful because you shot my wife. But it's such a flimsy reason, like, they don't have to shoot your wife. Or your husband, if you're playing Nora. Like, you wouldn't shoot a revolver that close to a baby's head when this baby's so important to them. It's like, Sean is deaf. He doesn't die from cancer. He dies because he's deaf. Like that's always rubbed me. Just again, I get why it's to make Kellogg the villain, but it's just too sloppy. Deafness is terminal. Like, you know what? If the writers included that when you met Sean, that he's deaf in one ear, I would have said, you know what? I changed my mind about that. That was genius. I love that they did that. Yeah, we're just gonna ignore that. And that the body's perfectly preserved after defrosting. Now, I'm not sure if they explain it that, like... Because obviously all of these people are meant to be dead. Because... I think the lore reason is Kellogg was told to deactivate all these pods. Okay, again, this makes 0 sense. So, spoiling some of the vanilla game for you, but I had to learn a lot of this to write our story and make sure there was no conflicts. Kellogg's orders were to come here to find a specimen of, like, pure DNA, so that they could make Gen 3 Synths. That's why they came here. So they found the records of this vault, they came here, and they said, you know what, a baby, that's like the best for our genetic stuff. That makes sense, that's fine. And they decided that in case something happens to Sean or it doesn't work out, the experiments won't be a waste if they keep Sean's parents alive, who aren't as good because they're older. Baby's better. But if something happens to the baby, we got a parent. So, it makes no sense to kill Nora. Might as well just keep both the parents alive, why not? Or kill Nate, if you're playing Nora. And I have no idea why they decided just to kill everyone else, because also Kellogg deactivated all of these pods. I don't know why. Other than he's just evil. Again, they could have come up with something better. Anyway, let's leave this vault, shall we? The writing in the base game is sloppy. Yeah. Especially after playing SS2. It's difficult for me to disagree with you, but I also don't want to be like, yeah, I'm awesome. I mean, I am awesome. But, you know, we also do have the ability of hindsight. Like, we know the weaknesses of the vanilla game because we've played it. That. Oh, I'm wondering where Gaff has moved some of these holotapes to. Comment here. They found record frozen baby in Vault 111. They keep one parent just in case the baby died or something, and they needed backup DNA related to the original source. One of two. They. Yeah, they could have just given a reason for why Kellogg decided to kill the rest. It makes no sense, though, really, like, realistically. Because he's not a maniac. He's, no, not a nice person, but he's not like, oh, I'll just kill them all. Why? I don't know. Funny. They deactivate other pods to extend the lifespan. Oh, okay. If that is the official lore somewhere, that makes sense, that they deactivate the other pods to ensure that your pod remains active. Because, yeah, you're frozen for like another, what, 60 years, and Sean grows up. Okay, if that's written somewhere in the game, then okay, I give them a pass for that. That's good. That makes sense. Like, he actually has a reason to do what he does now. I don't think... Is that written somewhere, or is that just like what people have figured out? Because it makes sense.
Giant roaches?
I keep trying to turn my flashlight on for my Pip-Boy. I don't have that yet. Okay, that's where we get the game from. Drink the fresh water. Normally when I play, I have a mod that makes that toxic water. I don't like easy water. I want to work for my water. Okay, I don't think the holotape's in here. Okay. That's an excellent reason you came up with. Like, that makes sense. That's good. I'd be more than happy if that was the official lore reason. Okay, so... Ah, okay. We put the log down here. Interesting. So I know also Gav doesn't like this terminal here. Now this is a very important lore terminal. I fought him on this one. I said, no, I want this to stay here. I think it's very important because the idea is, spoiling some SS2 content here. Vault-Tec, they're alive. They're on the moon. And they're on a moon base. And the moon base is failing and they need the engram tapes because that's what's meant to run the moon base. So they start reaching out to vaults to try to find someone to help them. And they basically reach out to all the vaults in the Commonwealth because that's where the engram tapes are. But all the vaults in the Commonwealth they reach out to, which is all of them, there's no one either around in the vault at all because it's abandoned, or the terminal, like in Vault, I'm going to say 81, could be wrong, Mansfield's Vault. The Overseer's old terminal is like not, it's been replaced, which I think is vanilla lore content. And just every other vault, the terminal, this one, is either there's no one around to read it, or it's inaccessible for some reason. So the only vault with a terminal that someone was able to find was Lamont's Vault, which is how Wes made contact with Vault-Tec. So this is important. This is like a setting things up kind of thing. So I fought for us to keep this here. The holotape with the records, I'm okay with us moving somewhere, but it looks like I think it was on this desk originally, and I think Gaff moved it down here. And we can't play it yet. We can play it on one of these terminals though. But let's grab our Pip-Boy and come back for it, because I want to see if it's actually in game yet. Last time I think I saw Gaff playing, the audio wasn't in, so let's see. Open the tunnel. Tunnel open. Let's take this, take this, take this. Can't unlock that yet. Okay, actually a terrible shot, it seems. Good old VATS. I don't have a Pip-Boy yet, but I can use VATS. Perfect sense. Ooh. I know you're there. Oh, we've just had a donation. It's taking a while to pop up on my screen because I'm. Oh, thank you very much, mysterious donator with no questions. Oh, wait a minute, that wasn't a donation, that was a subscription. I didn't set that up. Okay, that's interesting that it worked. Thank you for subscribing. Could have donated, but I guess I'll take a subscription instead. Okay, where's this guy? There he is. Ah, I missed every shot. Okay, so there was... There it is. Okay, I'm absolutely fine with that. So we have another holotape here, which has... Yeah, that startled me too. See, I didn't set that up, so it's got the default sound and the default image. I'll have to play with Streamlabs a little bit. That was loud. Anyway, see this holotape here? Originally, this was over there. And again, this falls into Gaff's thing of not... He doesn't like it to feel as if we're injecting ourselves and being like, hey, look at our mod. We're improving upon it. Look at all this great stuff. We're so much better than the base game. And I get it. I get that mindset. So instead, he's moved it from being very obvious here to here being a bit hidden. And I'm okay with that because it rewards people who look around. So let's take this Pip-Boy for now. So the idea here is this Pip-Boy we pick up. More noises are happening. What's happening now? Velan Love has subscribed. Thank you. I'm trying to do this streaming thing. You're meant to say when people subscribe. It's important, which it is, because you're supporting me, and that's very nice. Okay, Pip-Boy, Pip-Boy, Pip-Boy. Okay, so this Pip-Boy we just picked up belonged obviously to this guy. But who is this guy? Well, I've decided, and again, this is us sort of, as far as I'm concerned, improving upon the vanilla lore, like building upon it, respecting it, but adding to it, which I think for the most part we do. Just switch that. So I've decided this fella here, this is Bennett. And in some of the other holotapes and in some of Magnuson's terminal records, I think if they've made those in, I'm going to have to double check. We hear Bennett and we read about Bennett a little bit. This is the guy who introduces Magnuson to the vaults when he comes to work on them. So let's see what this holotape is.
Oh my god! It's come to this. Under siege from our own security team. No, I can blame them. We're driven half mad by starvation. We all have. The Overseer has forbidden us to leave, but this is ridiculous. Maybe if I can get the vault doors open,
you know
no
what?
one else has to die.
I should have subtitles on. I just realized that. I play without subtitles. I can't stand it when I read something and then I have to wait to hear the character say it. I just get so impatient, so I have to turn subtitles off.
I'm gonna do it. I have to do it. But if I don't make it, I want the record to show I tried. Oh god. It's now or never. Here I go! Dr. Bennett, what are you doing? Stop!
I'm not sure why he's called Bennett C.
I made it. Here it is. You! Hands where I can see them! Now! Wait! No, I'm gonna open them! Wait.
And that's how Bennett died. So that is official vanilla lore. That's pretty much what happened in the vault. There was a rebellion, which is why we have all these dead scientists. The Overseer had gathered everyone into the Overseer's office, all the scientists, and had sealed off the vault for everyone else, all the security people and all the sort of maintenance people, because supplies were running low, and Vault-Tec hadn't give the all clear. And also, I think all of the instruments in this vault were reading that it's still way too high radiation outside, which if you actually go to where the vault intake is to read those things, there's a bunch of radiation barrels around it, which is some nice storytelling. I think that's intentional. So obviously this vault remained in lockdown. The Overseer tried to hoard the supplies. The security people didn't like that, so they broke in, killed the Overseer. Bennett ran away trying to escape and open the doors so he could get out, but he was shot by security. And that's why no one left the vault. The end. And we can thank Cyvirus for doing some of the wonderful sound effects for that. But let's listen to this holotape.
To be frank, Dr. Magnuson, we're all rather relieved to have you here. Our last technical review was hardly glowing, and things have only gotten worse. Oh, do you mind? I'm recording on my Pip-Boy for future citation, you understand.
Yes, that's fine.
I'm hoping you can start right away. Now, we've actually been using your past research as reference, so a lot of what we've done should be familiar.
Yes, well, from what I've read, I'm not surprised you've been having problems. The pod's designs are hardly conventional.
Speaking of which, I understand you've already had a pod reserved for yourself. You must really believe in the project.
Yes. Well.
Here we are. The entrance to what will be Vault 111.
And there we go. That's the first time we've heard mention of and heard Magnuson. Now, the reason I put those, or at least wanted these to be in the vault, is because the story kind of goes full circle. We start off here, and obviously we come back here in the SS2 plotline. And you can find these holotapes either in the opening, if you're replaying for the first time, because we didn't have a Magnuson voice until Chapter 3, so we couldn't have these holotapes, but they were planned to be here. I always wanted them there, and this terminal as well. But I also decided to delay these because we had like 3 years development between all the chapters. So if I put all this stuff here in Chapter 1, not only would we have to sort of either hope the Magnuson voice actor we got all the way back then would stick around, and it would be happy to voice Chapter 3 content in the future, But it also meant that people might be able to figure things out, because they could just come hack this terminal, read a bit about Vault-Tec. I wonder who employs the gunners. So, Vault-Tec being the employer of the gunners, again, spoilers, I'm very sorry. That was planned pretty much from the get-go. As soon as Chapter 1 was officially released, we already knew who the employees were. I just chose not to include some of this stuff because, you know, 1 or 2 years before we released Chapter 3, I didn't want to spoil it for you guys, because you know someone would have gone in the CK, done a bit of digging around, and found out records of, here's interesting names, here's interesting dialogues. Oh, it mentions an employer here. Someone would have figured it out, and some people did. Obviously, there was a lot of speculation on the forums and on the chats, with Gaff doing his streams, of who the mysterious employer is. And it was Vault-Tec all along. What a surprise!
Vault door cycling sequence initiated. Please
it was never the Enclave.
stand back.
I know some people wanted it to be Enclave. It was never the Enclave. Oh, are those new holotapes? They are new for Chapter 3, or at least they were meant to come with the release of Chapter 3. I think they had to be delayed, because they got put in, but the audio wasn't properly done on them, so they were just blank holotapes. So then they got removed, and now they're back in, it seems, on the latest version. Off we go. I love riding this thing. Hooray! Hey. Let me in. I think we're good. Let's leave the vault.
Enjoy your return to the surface, and thank you for choosing.
You know, even though I have some graphical mods to improve things, I think Fallout 4, it looks good for its age. I think by going with sort of more cartoony aesthetic in terms of character design and a little bit of the environment, it's held up well, I think. I've seen worse games from, like, this time. I've seen worse games released later, so... the Commonwealth.
No way.
Oh, there's one of my mods. Backpacks of the Commonwealth. The defaults. Okay, I'm not seeing any graphical glitches, which was a problem with one of the pre-combined mods I was using, so that looks like it's been fixed. Wonderful. Okay, this is so much lovely gear. I'm one of those weird people that plays with hardcore survival and then also mods it to make sure there's like no loot in the game. So you come out, all these boxes are empty. Because it doesn't make sense, you know, all this stuff would be gone. I've played this game enough times that I need it to be a challenge. So I want no food, I want no items. I want to work for my stuff. I might as well just grab all this stuff. We'll dump it into the workbench in Sanctuary. Like, look at this. I've already got a gun, and I've already got all this ammunition. Ah. A message from Too Large. That reveal was so exciting the first time I reached it. Now, with that knowledge, going back to find all the little clues, very good job. Oh, thank you. That's... See, I was worried, I still am, I suppose, that it would be disappointing that, like, Vault-Tec were the bad guys. I mean, that was the setup from the beginning, all the clues point to that, but there's also a few red herrings, there's a few characters asking questions of, like, is that really what it is? You know, because you don't want to give it away. But we also had to make sure that anything we establish in terms of, you know, Vault-Tec existing or being the enemy or doing all the stuff they did, you know, there's a very real chance that when they release Fallout 5, it turns out, you know, Vault-Tec are in the center of the earth and they've been there all this time. And it sort of, you know, overwrites all of the lore we've written. Which it would, if that's what they decided. But I tried to write it in such a way where whatever we inject, there's either like a plausible deniability to it, So, you know, either characters lying, or, you know, it's a subdivision of Vault-Tec that went to the moon. But, you know, it's always a risk that whatever's released, you know, future DLC or future games, that it sort of overwrites a lot of the SS2 lore. But we tried our best to make sure it fits with the vanilla game, and also would fit in, like, the future. Ooh, hello. So, for some reason, a lot of people think, in order to summon Jake, first of all, you have to pick up this, this little book here. Which you don't. I love this little book. The idea here is just to give you all the ingredients to build a, what do you call it now? A recruitment beacon, there we go. So that's all this is. So you don't have to pick this up to spawn Jake. You can just build a normal recruitment beacon, and you don't have to build it at Sanctuary. You can build it anywhere. It's just wherever is your first settlement. I see. That's another thing I couldn't figure out. I've got a mod that adds, like UI changes, and it adds sort of the icons to your items, so you can sort them better. Now I've turned all that off, and for some reason it's still doing it with these, and I don't know why. I'll have to figure that out later. So it's going to annoy me because you just got all these little tags. Anyway, let's go summon Jake. Now, do I build at Sanctuary, or do I go somewhere else? That's the question. Because if we interact with Preston and the gang, they're probably gonna muck up Sanctuary.
If I only had a bobby pin.
No bobby pins. Okay. There's gotta be some somewhere. Also, I apologize if anyone gets motion sickness. I have my mouse sensitivity very high. It's just the way I've always liked it. I think because I used to play competitive shooters when I was young. So I've grown used to having very sensitive sort of mice. I just have to move it just a tiny little bit. But it also means I do stuff like this. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. So if anyone's getting motion sickness, let me know. I'll turn down the sensitivity for my mouse. Now this guy in here always surprises me. There we go. Always forget he's there. But not this time. Not this time. Red Rocket or Starlight? I like Starlight. I normally make Starlight my base. So yeah, let's bring Jake to Starlight this time. So we'll just loot some of these things. We're going to ignore poor Codsworth. Let's grab some stuff. Okay, I've got loads of space in my inventory. Bobby pins, yes. Okay, we're off on an adventure. Goodbye, Codsworth. Keep my garden clean. Oh. Codsworth, I'm wet. Codsworth. Oh. Here we go. Ah. See, this is what I was talking about. I thought I fixed this. This is a mod that's meant to fix all the pre-combines in the world. That's some of the vanilla leftovers. But for some reason, it breaks this, and I can't figure out why. It's not load order. It's not conflicting with anything. Okay. It's good to know that wasn't me. Okay, that's the mod. I'm going to have to remove that mod. Okay, I'm going to go this way. Get a bit wet. I've also got it ingrained in me not to go swimming. Actually, that might still be in effect. As you see, the radiation is a bit higher than base game, I think. I think that's higher than base game, I'm not sure. We are just never returning to Sanctuary. Sanctuary is obviously cursed, and we cannot go back there. We'll just take this. Thank you. Thank you. Oof. Okay. Never return to Sanctuary. It's an evil, evil place. Now we are gonna get the best companion over here. Yeah, huge. Yes.
Hey, boy. What are you doing out here all by yourself?
Now, I love dog meat. We all love dog meat. I hate how quickly you get him. Just like, hey, dog.
You want to come with me, pal?
Let's go.
Okay, then.
Yeah, you just need a little bit more. Obviously, he's a dog. Obviously, I love him. Obviously, I'm bringing him with me, but I just wish there was a bit more. You know, just something a bit more to make you and the dog be attached to each other. Because immediately he's just like, oh yeah, human, I'll follow you. Why? Why follow me? Why not someone else? Obviously, I'm great, but he doesn't know that. Not yet. See, here's a... Okay, we all bitch about the vanilla game. Of course we do. Right now, I've got this pistol. I've got a 10mm pistol. But I've just found... Where is it? A pipe pistol. Why would I ever use this? Why? I'm never going to run out of ammunition for the 10mm in the base game. And I don't even know what difficulty we're on. I should check that. Very hard. I'm just going to put it to normal. I hate bullet sponges. But yeah, you just got no reason to use this pipe pistol in a vanilla game. And that just, that rubs me the wrong way. Like, you should start with the pipe pistol. And then when you get a 10mm, oh, it feels good. They do this a lot in Fallout 4. You know, it's, you get the power armor in like 10 minutes time if we go to Concord. Which we are not going to do. Well, we will eventually with Jake, but we're not going to do it now. I hear more rats. Ah! Ah! They're eating dog meat! Oh, Matt, I've run out of ammo for the pipe pistol faster than I did for the 10mm. Good work, dog. Okay. I was doing something. Oh, here's a little mod I like. That's little shutters. I love that. It's the small things. I like the small details. Okay, more rats obviously have duct tape. And there it is. Okay, off to Starlight. Which I think is about here. Ooh. Okay, I'm just missing all that. Where are you going? See, okay. He's just leaving. You know what? Fair enough. Is that a base game behavior? Will things just run away if they're wounded enough? Have I just never seen that in 5 years of working on SS2 and like 10 years or however long it's been in Fallout 4? Okay, I think I see him coming back. Yeah. Got him. I've never seen just a creature just be like, nope. And just off it goes. Yep. Died on his way back to his home planet. Okay. Nope, not investigating Concord. Sorry, Preston. I'll be back later, though. Okay, I think I'm seeing more things pop in and out of existence. But we'll deal with that later. For now, we're going to get to Starlight. We're going to recruit Jake. And we're going to do the first quest. But I'm out of breath. Because running's hard. I mean, I have been frozen for like, what, 200 years? That's going to take it out of you. Is that Carla? Huh. Okay, let's see if she has anything to buy.
So what's your story? Looking to trade?
Right. Let's see what you've got.
Oh, I didn't do the speech check, which gets you a discount, I think. Let's see if I can do it now.
Hey, Carla.
Need to pick something up? Road's pretty long from here.
Nope, damn it, missed it. All right.
Let's see what you've got.
I got a little bit of everything.
Ooh, let's get some ASAMs, which I can't afford. Cigar box. Some lovely tasty cigarettes. A coffee cup. And... everything else I want to keep, I think. Okay, that's enough to buy... one ASAM. Okay. I don't need you, Jake. I have my own ASAMs now. And... I'm going to ignore Drum and Diner. Okay. I know the way. I think. Yes, over there. And there we have a Ron billboard.
Deal, Trudy. Hand over the goods. You owe us.
I ain't giving you poison-shilling chem pushers anything. Do you know what that junk has done to my boy?
Keep off them fair and square, Trudy.
I don't remember that being there. And ooh, more stuff popping in and out. Yeah, I'm going to have to remove that pre-combine mod. I don't know why it does this. I have no other mods. Oh boy. Yep. I have no other mods that will cause a conflict, so maybe it's a load order thing with SS2? We'll just pretend we're not seeing that. And we'll do with these Morets. And be irradiated. Oh shit, 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 shit. Forgot those there. Ah! Okay. I think we got Stimpaks. Run, 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 run. We killed them. It was all on purpose. And I'm going to save the game. Yeah, just in case. I always forget about those mines here. And there's mines inside. I've remembered now. Okay. You go through that door, there's a mine. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be clever. Yeah. More rats. I think. I'm safe now. They cannot hurt me. What was that last small rat? Okay, let's summon Jake. Oh, need the workshop first. Whew. I know how to pick the lock.
Sweet.
Okay. Now, need a generator. That's another thing. That's a very low price for a generator. I want to work for my things. And recruitment beacon. Behold, the perfect settlement. Who wouldn't want to live here? So now, we wait for Jacob. I have no idea where he's going to come from. But we're ready for him. Aren't we, Dogmeat? Yes. We're ready. He's going to jump up and scare me, isn't he? Jake. Jake? Is he in combat? I just heard noise. Oh god, super mutants. That seems kind of soon. There aren't shutters in that place by default. That's a mod that adds them. Same with the shutters I used at the Red Rocket I was just there. Okay, I might die now. I don't think I am ready for this. Look how much damage I do to this goddamn thing. Ah, I'm dead. Oh, it's Jake! Jake has come to save the day.
Shouldn't just
With settlers. Hey, Jake!
Hey! Hello there!
If I'm not mistaken, you're the fella I've been looking for.
Okay, he's just murdered a super mutant in front of me. I'm not sure I want him looking for me.
Can I help you?
I heard your radio broadcast. Sounded as if you were starting some kind of settlement. Is that about the right of it?
Okay, my vault suit has bugged. It's not meant to be that black color. I think maybe it's the same issue with Codsworth. I'll have to figure that out. I'll have it figured out for next time.
You looking for a new place to settle?
Not me, no. But I have something that might help you with those that are. Here, catch.
Why, what's this? I've never seen this before.
It's called an ASAM sensor. If you're going to be building settlements, these things are what you'll want to use.
I'm gonna be a bit of a jerk.
Looks like junk to me.
I think a demonstration is in order. Place that ASAM down on the ground somewhere. Go ahead. Any old spot will do.
Okay, we've officially started laying foundations. So you'll notice, if you remember way back when we started, and we were reading through the Twines, this isn't how those started. This was originally, I think, in the old versions, like the second question, where you actually learn how to use ASAMs. And it got moved to be like the first thing that you do. Which I think was the right decision. Okay, let's run away from that radio. And yep, there we go, I've got place anywhere. So, ta-da!
Congratulations! You've made the smart move of choosing Rupke brand ASAM sensors for your city planning needs. Unlike other less reliable multi-purpose sensors, Rupke brand ASAM sensors offer the level of versatility and connectability that you deserve. Rupke brand ASAM sensors, America's #1 sensor solution.
Nicely done. Don't mind the ASAM, it's just scanning the area for materials.
I don't know who did the voice of the ASAM, but they're a very good voice actor. We should get them back.
Now for this next part, I'm gonna pretend to be a settler who's come to work for you. So just play along, alright? Boy, I sure am glad I found this settlement to live in. But oh no, there are no homes available. And I don't know how to build one myself.
I think Jake has problems with this guy.
Guess I'll just have to rely on whoever runs this place to build a home for me.
You hearing this, buddy? So, obviously the reason Jake's being like this is because this is how vanilla settlers work. No, they need you to do everything. They can't even put down a bed. How could they possibly do that? You can, however, because you have the ability to move things. Also to materialize things out of nowhere, but, you know. Okay, I'm not going to play along. I'm going to be a jerk.
I don't think so.
Hey, come on, play along. But wait, what is this? Why, it's an ASAM! Just the thing I need!
No, Jake. You've lost me. Bye.
You've lost it. I've had enough of this.
Wait a second, I'm going somewhere with this. I'll can the skid and get straight to the point. But just stick around and listen, please.
Fine.
Hardly worth my time.
You see, what an ASAM does is allow pretty much anyone to build themselves whatever they might need. Even if that person has never even picked up a hammer in their entire life. Here, let me show you what I mean.
It's fine. Jake likes it when we're mean to him. He also doesn't care.
Once you've placed down a sensor, your role in the construction is pretty much done.
How is Jake going to do his
Just about
animation?
anyone in the settlement can claim the area and
He
start
is!
building for themselves.
For the longest time, he would not do this. I think Gaff was just getting ready to give up, and then he started doing it again. So, as intended.
directions that the ASAM provides are so easy to understand, even a savage could do it with no problem.
Whose decision was it to give Jake the puppy eyes? If you turn him down? That was my decision. For chapter 1 and 2, I did all of the input of the dialogue, and that includes picking facial expressions.
Castle, and no one understands that better than Robco. Our ASAM sensor technology offers citizens unrivaled freedom of DIY home design. Built using locally sourced materials and designed via our patented dynamic easy-build blueprint software. With Robco brand ASAM sensors, everyone can have a roof over their head. After all, a warm and dry citizen is a productive citizen.
And there you have it. A fully built home. Ready for habitation by some lucky wastelander. And you barely had to lift a finger. Not too shabby, huh? So now that you've seen what they can do, what do you think? Are ASAM sensors something you might be interested in?
I might be interested in that.
Playing coy, are we? I could appreciate that. Unfortunately, right now I only have the one sensor on me. However, I can provide you with more. And once you have more, I can show you even more stuff you could build with them. Homes are just the start. But first, I'm gonna have to ask for a little task done in return.
So now we're returning to where those original quests had us go, which is to Concord.
Tell me about the job.
Alright, here it is. I got me a workshop in a town called Concord. Nice enough place, fairly quiet. Or at least it was. But just recently, I returned from a trade run to find the entire town overrun by raiders. And now I can't get near my workshop. A small group I could deal with, but there's too many for me to take on alone. So I'm gonna need someone to help take them out. So there it is. That's the job. You help me get rid of these raiders, I'll give you more ASAMs. And show you how to build even more stuff with them.
So as you can see, it's a similar setup, but done in a slightly different way.
Don't worry, I'll help you deal with these raiders.
You will? Oh, that's great. Okay then, let's head to Concord and show those raiders who's boss. Lead on.
Alright, back to Concord, which hopefully loads in properly and doesn't have any issues. Wow, your AP drains really fast in the vanilla game. And then I have a little walk. That's a very sultry walk. I think one of my mods is broken. Kinda like it. Oh, I had caps lock on. That's why I was walking slowly. Wait, do I walk normally now? Something seems wrong there. I think I do have a mod that's meant to give female characters a more feminine walk. But it looks like I got it too. Yeah. But only if I walk slow. Alright. I mean, Jake's already helping me, but it helps to have a little extra ammunition, just in case. Concord is this way. Don't lie, cynical. I walk twice as fabulous as that, and you know it. And I miss. Get him, Jake.
Good. It's over.
Jake really doesn't need my help. Okay, do these guys have any armor? Yes. Okay, let's put some armor on. And again, for me, this is like way too soon to be able to have like, oh, now I have almost full leather armor. I like to grind for my stuff. Okay, where's Jake? He's stuck over there. Okay, he figured it out. Ooh. Jeez, no one needs my help. I can just stand here. They're just gonna kill everyone.
Hey, up here, on the balcony. I've got a group of settlers inside. The raiders are almost through the door. Grab that laser musket and help us, please!
I don't know who that was calling down to us, but sounds like they could use some help in there. We still need to clear out all the raiders. And by the sounds of it, there's still some inside that museum. I'll stay out here and keep guard. You should head inside and help those people.
Now, there's a bug, and I don't think we're entirely sure what causes it, but right now, if we talk to Jake, I'm fairly sure we can access his inventory. Let's see if it's fixed.
I just want to trade a few things.
Nope. So we could take all of Jake's stuff for ourselves, but I'm not
What are
gonna.
you waiting for?
See, he's just meant to say that line, but for some reason, the game treats him as a settler right now. I think it's something to do with how we have him be able to build stuff in the settlements, maybe? For some reason, we just can't turn it off right now. One day it will be fixed, because obviously we don't want you to take his pistol, take his, especially the scarf, because the scarf, I can't take the scarf. The scarf is an important story thing later on, because obviously he's gonna drop it in here. And even though we can kick it around, which we're not meant to be able to, it's very important. So I'm not gonna take his scarf. So in we go. Now in here, for those who may not know, you don't have to rescue Preston. And we're not going to either. Yep. I missed. Yeah.
Someone's out there!
Yep.
Getting wasted!
No more British occupation! Put to England with you! Have your way back, you chicken eggs!
We should be grabbing ammunition. Okay, and obviously we need this thing, so let's grabby. Now I just brute force these. I don't read, I just click, and okay, I won first time. But I do like 1, 2, 3 guess, and then I exit the terminal. 1, 2, 3 guess, exit the terminal, and you're gonna get it quicker than if you read it. That's usually how I deal with those.
I'm telling you, man, let's just get the hell out of here. We got no reason to hang around and get shot.
Now I never do this, and it didn't work.
Oh, it's on!
And it did nothing. Okay. Okay, maybe it's that one you're meant to shoot. Yeah, I just normally shoot them. I tried to be fancy, it didn't work. Okay, he's got no ammo. Ammo. Shotgun. Did he have a shotgun? He does. Wonderful. Okay, and I guess it's not part of the texture packs I have. There is a mod out there, I know, that does a higher resolution of this painting here, which will come up again in Chapter 3. We'll have a little talk with someone through this little thing. And this person here, it's obviously a vanilla thing, but to me, that's Magnuson. On the moon, in the Battle of the Sea of Tranquility, which is mentioned. It's not mentioned as the Battle of the Sea of Tranquility, but it is mentioned here. Americans who have fought and died, ages to secure the nation's freedom. From the Sea of Tranquility. So I don't think there's any vanilla lore exactly of what happened on the moon. I think it's only ever mentioned in Fallout 4, just here, that there was some sort of conflict there. But yeah, to me, that's Magnuson giving a little thumbs up on the moon during the Battle of the Sea of Tranquility. We go. Jesus. did someone get down there? Okay, so we're going to ignore Preston.
Inside.
Nope. Nope. No, I don't want that. I want that. So I'm just going to save just in case this doesn't work, but this is something that I wanted in the mod for sure, because, again, so many people hate Preston. So I didn't want people to have to go and talk to him and engage with him and go outside to trigger the raider attack, which I think in the vanilla game, if you ignore him and walk outside, the raider attack doesn't happen. So instead we had to hijack it, and this is Gaff doing his clever coding magic, where if you go out now, the attack will happen. And I think the reason it doesn't happen in the vanilla game is you have to talk to Preston and learn who he is, because afterwards he'll meet you here, and he assumes you know who he is at that point. So you need that conversation with him first, which is vanilla. Now, I think this is the only case we alter something in the vanilla game, because technically speaking now I can just walk out, ignoring Preston, and he will be here, which isn't something that happens in the vanilla game. We added that, and he should have some alternate dialogue, so let's see if that works. But before that, let's get a grenade, and custom mod weapon, and we save. And I really hope that quick save wasn't its own quick save, because I just realized that may have just overwritten my game playthrough, because I like to quick save. Too late now.
Up here. Slick. Boss, we got somebody up here.
Yep. So I don't think this triggers in the vanilla game if you don't talk to Preston. And you know what? I'm just gonna quick favorite that. Quick favorite that. There we go. Ooh, I've leveled up. Should probably actually... Yeah, I've got 2 levels, I've just been ignoring it. Okay, let's see real quick. Again, it's been so long since I played vanilla, I have no idea what's actually good to take. Okay. I tend to like pistols and shotguns as my weapons. So let's just grab that. And let's upgrade dog meat. Okay. I'll just let Jake deal with him.
And that's how it's done.
Oh, out of ammo. Oops.
That's over.
I do like this modded weapon. I gotta remember to reload.
Damn it! Another shoulder wound.
Holy shit! He showed them.
Little Deathclaw! Weak point is the belly. So this is a mod I have that creates... It doesn't create. It changes the Deathclaw here that we fight into a Runt Deathclaw. Because it's a standard criticism of the game. You're fighting a Deathclaw at like, what, level 1, 2, and 3? So, I like to make it a little runt. So I deal with those raiders. Oh. get the credit for killing this thing. All me. Yep.
Shit, she's down.
I think that's everyone. Nope. Okay, now let's see if Jake says the right things. Quick save again, because if that did overwrite my old save, that's long gone at this point. Hey, Jake.
Woo! That was... I mean, you just took down a death claw.
Very small death claw.
Color me impressed. All the sound from our firefight must have lured the blasted thing out. What about them folks, the raiders trapped inside the museum?
Ooh, that's a rough transition.
Did you manage to help them?
That's another thing where we've been aware of that since chapter 1, and it's like it's on our wish list of lines to get Tom to re-record. And it's just because you have multiple lines Jake can say after that. Like he can comment on you having power armor. Did you save the people? There's just a few lead-ins. So obviously Tom read those lines and then read different lines, but there was enough time between them that his inflection changed. So it's quite noticeable there, and that just... It's one of those tiny things that just rubs me the wrong way. Who cares about those guys? They suck.
Who cares about them? What's next?
Oh, well, okay. A bit harsh, though, don't you think?
No. Yeah, you owe me, Jake.
You owe me.
All right. You held up your side of the bargain. The raiders have been dealt with. Now it's my turn to deliver. If you'd just like to follow me, we'll get you your ASAMs.
Now, does Jake run? The longest time he'd... Yep, he's still walking. Can't remember if we did set up an AI package so he runs all the way over here, because generally speaking, I say most players finish the fight over here. And so it's a long, slow walk. One day we'll have him run. Yep. Okay, he's going to take a while. Let's go see if the alternate Preston greeting triggers.
Take it easy, Mama. You okay?
I'm fine, Preston. Quit fussing.
So, this is the vanilla setup
That
little talk.
Was a pretty amazing display.
This isn't.
Preston Garvey, Commonwealth Minuteman.
So what I did here was I just took the conversation you have with Preston upstairs and just super condensed it. So he will tell you everything you need to know going forward, assuming that like you want to talk to Preston and join the Minutemen and so on. But he will tell you all the valuable information you need, but it's like it's super summarized.
We'll help you.
Everything's taken care of. You're safe.
Thanks. It's good to meet someone who really cares. Anyway, we figured Concord would be a safe place to settle. Those raiders proved us wrong. Listen, and we owe you our lives. So here, it ain't much, but it's the best way I can say thank you.
Before you leave, kid, a word about the journey you're about to start on. 'Cause I seen your destiny. And I know your pain. I know what you're thinking. This old lady, she's out of her mind. But it's the chems. They give old Mama Murphy the sight.
No, Mama Murphy, we talked about
Okay,
this.
and now this is back into vanilla stuff.
Gonna kill you.
So that little intro there, that's all SS2.
We're all gonna die eventually. We're gonna need the
We're
sight.
geniuses.
And our new friend here, he's gonna
You can
need
skip
it too.
all that precious stuff up
Now
there.
let's get going. Sanctuary awaits.
All right, folks. Thanks to our friend here, it's safe to move out. We're heading for that place Mama Murphy knows about. Sanctuary. It's not far.
She knows about it? You mean she had one of her visions while she was stoned out of her gourd?
Okay,
and
from
now
they're
you
gonna
want
talk.
us to just head out on another wild goose chase based on no better plan than Mama
So yeah,
Murphy thought?
if you want to skip Preston, you can. It won't break anything. You can deal with the Deathclaw, and you'll just... They will wait forever, and you just go talk to them and grab them at any point. Or not. because we all know how people feel about Preston. Hey, Jake.
Hey. God damn raiders. They really trashed the place.
Mm-hmm.
Some air fresheners, a new coat of paint, and it'll all be good as new.
Despite the mess they made, it doesn't look like they took anything important. Most of my equipment is still here, including your reward. Here, one whole box of ASAMs to do with as you see fit. You earned them.
I'll take it. Thank you.
And here's a little extra for helping those folks inside the museum.
Oh, that's interesting.
Good deeds like that deserve to be rewarded.
That's either conditioned wrong, or because I went in and talked to them, that counted as helping them. So whatever we're checking for the condition there, we may have to change that. Because he shouldn't have rewarded me there, because technically, I left them behind. Or maybe not. I'm going to have to think about that. Because we did just go in and talk to them, therefore helped them, and Preston did acknowledge that. But Jake has no way of knowing that. And we told Jake we left them there. Okay, that's a fix. Because I think the condition there has just been checked, because now they're heading to Sanctuary, and so maybe that's the condition. I want more payment, Jake.
I'm going to need more than that.
That's not all. If you remember, I also promised to show you more things you could build with ASAM sensors. I'll meet you back at your settlement. Don't keep me waiting long now.
Okay, that is the first quest of SS2. I think I'm going to end the playthrough there for today. I'm going to stick around for just a little bit longer in case anyone has any questions or stuff. I have at least one more story to share regarding developments, because this quest very almost had a completely different version with a completely different version of Jake. Oh no. I think that's a fun story in terms of alternate reality where you could have had a very different Sim Settlements too. But let's just run back to Sanctuary for now. Kiss says, I'm pretty sure it's because you went back in. I don't remember him rewarding you. Yeah, I felt... Because I've tested that a whole bunch of times, but I've never tested it by ignoring them and then going in and talking to them and then going to Jake. Usually what I do is I'd ignore them, talk to Jake, and then go talk to them later. So, yeah, I think the condition is linked to that scene that just played out. So, easy enough. We just change like one thing in the CK. We just had to find a stage that works better. So we'll just get back to Starlight. That phase is out of reality. But it doesn't seem to bother Jake, so that's fine. Okay, we're gonna save it here. And return to the chat screen. That's right, I'm a professional streamer. Been doing this for at least 2-3 hours. Smooth transition. And then my screen stopped working. Okay, there we go. Let's close that. And close that. And now I can actually look at chat again and keep attention. Is that the upside down? Is what the upside down? I've missed something. I've not been paying attention. Great stream, thank you. Thank you very much. My first stream ever. How often do you think you'll do these? My plan at the moment, assuming everyone wants me to keep streaming, is I will probably do it every Saturday around this time at 9. Unless it turns out another time works better or something else comes up. But I'm thinking from 9 to about 12. Like this is roughly the time I thought I'd do it from. So it looks like I've hit the 3-hour mark. Just roughly where I thought I might get to before I start getting a bit too drained and my voice hurts a bit too much. Thankfully, when you're playing a game, you have things to fill in the silence, I suppose, because you're not only there to listen to me ramble on, you're also there to see some fascinating gameplay. But I am going to take just a short break. I'm going to get myself a drink. And then I'm going to tell you all, I'm going to regale you with how Sim Settlements 2 almost had a very, very different story with a very different Jake. I think some of you might know a bit of this story, but I'm going to tell it for the rest because it's a story that is worth telling. But for now, be right back. King Gaff will never slap my wrist, Cynical. He kisses my wrist. He acknowledges my worth and rewards me for my efforts. That was an ad-lib from SS2, and if anyone can tell me who said that, you win a prize. It's not a very good prize, but you will win it. No, the story I'm about to tell is an old story, because this happened like 4 years ago now, and it's one that we being the SS2 team sort of decided to take the high road on. But there's been enough things that happened where at least me personally have decided not to take that high road anymore. So I'm going to share a story with you. So, if some of you who've stuck around, which bravo by the way, may recall at the beginning, I talked about when I joined SS2, I was sort of became the lead writer kind of by accident. Like, it wasn't the intended role I stepped into originally. It's just that all the other writers had other things to do. And so I ended up inheriting the story. And I tried my best to make it work. Now, I'm not going to pretend what I made was high art. I'm not going to pretend it was even 1/10 as good as what we had now, because it wasn't. Back then, SS2, it was more about the mod in terms of the mechanics than it was the story. The story was just there to be the bare bones of teaching the mechanics. Jake was just a glorified teacher, really. But as time went on, it became more about the story, so it wasn't too important that, you know, the writing was amazing and the characters were great. They just had to be good enough. And I was roughly pulling that off. But through development, Gaff quickly realized that, well, it's a lot of work putting together a mod, and he was having to do a lot of it himself. Like, he's the guy who can kind of do a bit of everything, including the very important stuff like the coding and the scripting. And so he figured, okay, we need someone to be the implementer, whose job it is to take the things I write, because at this point, I didn't know how to use the creation kit. I was scared by it. Still am a little bit, but I can actually use it now, so at least I've improved a tiny bit. But back then, terrified of the creation kit, no idea how to use it, never touched it. It was just this mysterious thing. And so we brought on an implementer whose job it was to take my writing in the Twine that you saw before. I think we were using Twine at that point, and transcribe it into the game. Now, I think a few of you here will know how the CK works, and so you'll know how the dialogue is put into the game. It's not too complicated once you've figured things out, but there's enough obstacles there that it's not obvious. Like, it does take a while to figure out. And so this is what the implementer was meant to do. Take my writing, convert it, and copy it over into the CK and set it up in the same way, but in the game engine, and also implement some of the sort of lighter script side of things, like having character walk from point A to point B, progressing quest stages, that kind of thing. So we brought someone on. I'm not going to mention names, because even though we're not taking the high road as much as we used to, I still don't want to be like, look at this person. They suck. We hate them. You know what? I'm going to say she sucks, because I'm just going to get confused if I keep saying they. So, she sucks. We hate her. Yeah, obviously not my favorite person in the world, as the story will probably show. But we brought her on to be this implementer. And I'm going to pay the devil her dues. I think she was good at implementing, like, in terms of she knew how to do it way more than I did. And she'd also done a quest mod previously, which is how she came to work in our team. And we had some meetings. What we used to do was... Cynical says, no, she's not. She was more competent than I was at the time. I can't say fairer than that. What we used to do is we used to have meetings where we'd all get on Discord and we'd read through the script much like we did at the beginning of the stream, where I'd read the characters and describe what was happening. And so we do this for the quests. And it was, I think, me, Gaff, I think Cynical came in, either, if not right at the beginning, like soon, because I think originally Cynical just took notes, but then very quickly became like editor, where she'd help give like suggestions and changes and things, and Gaff was there too, and he'd also do the same, and the implementer was there and would also do the same. And she originally gave, pointers, and here's things you could do, here's things you could change, and I took them on good faith of, that sounds like some good advice, because it probably was. You can watch something, and even if you're not the best person in the world at being creative, you can probably spot things that are wrong. Here's some advice. As a person creating something, there's always going to be holes and gaps in it that you don't realize you've left, because you know everything in your head. So it's always valuable to have your ideas seen by someone else, or read by someone else, or just bounce them off someone else, and always have someone else review your work, because there will be something you've missed, or there isn't something you clarified, or something like that. So that was essentially what these meetings were. Here's what I've got, assuming it's all okay. Let's try and work out some of the rough patches. We'll polish it up and then get it in the game. And again, it didn't have to be stellar writing at this point. It was more just introduce a character who will then teach the mechanics. It was nowhere near as deep as SS2 would become. Anyway, this implementer joined the team, and she, I still think for the most part, gave some good advice and some suggestions of how to improve things. I'd say at this point she definitely had more experience in writing than I do. So we took them on good faith, and we did our best to implement some of these changes, and things seemed fine for a while. However, at a certain point it became that she wasn't happy with the writing, and she didn't want to implement it anymore. There was too many problems with it. She didn't like the characters, she didn't like the story, she didn't understand where things were going. And at this point I'm still taking things on good faith. So we had another meeting, and this I think was our first big major rewrite, where there was a lot of criticism. I think at this point she didn't know I was the writer. I'm not sure what she thought I was. But she very much tore apart pretty much everything I'd written, and just like not very delicate about it, shall we say. So the benefit of that was she was being very honest about her feelings about it. So it was very brutal criticism, and I'm just in the meeting nodding, going, okay, And then I do recall this, at the end of one meeting, she's like, who wrote this? I was like, that would be me. And there was the most awkward silence as she realized she'd been bad-mouthing me for like 2 hours, and I've just been in the call going, okay. But again, I think some of it was very valid criticism. And, no matter how good your work is, there's always something you can improve. And I don't think at that point my work was the best. But at this point, I think we all still assumed, somewhat good faith. And so this became the first major rewrite where I tried to rework the quest. And the result is the quest that we read at the beginning of this, or at least something very close to it. So that was the mad scientist at Red Rocket Truck Stop. Now at this point, the implementer was happy with how things had been reworked, and part of the challenge was, as I mentioned at the beginning, reworking stuff, but keeping in a lot of the pre-established lore and assets that we made and characters and stuff, because at this point I wasn't sure what could or could not be removed or changed. So we had a lot of old plot elements in there, including things like Jake's father. Originally Jake didn't have a daughter in the story. Laura didn't exist. He wasn't in the Commonwealth for Laura. He was in the Commonwealth trying to find where his father had gone. His father, I think, was called Jack. And Jack was sort of the connection between the engram tapes, or brain tapes, or memory tapes, and the ASAM technology. Jack had discovered the ASAM technology many years prior. He'd come back to the Commonwealth to find out more about it and had gone missing. And that's why Jake was here, trying to find his father. Jake didn't care about ASAMs that much. It was more trying to find his dad. So that was that version of the story we read at the beginning. That was sort of the major rework, number one. Implementer was happy. She was okay to go ahead and implement things now. I think a few months passed, and we'd pretty much had all the quests written up to the battle at the Gunners Plaza. And originally that was going to be the ending of the mod, because by this point we'd learnt everything we needed to know mechanics-wise, because we weren't going to have like the Conqueror mechanics of all the attack stuff and all the war things. And we didn't have the HQ either. That was something that came after. Like, I think this is the problem with our team. If you mention an idea and someone likes it, we're going to include it. And that can lead to things like feature creep, which is good sometimes because you're going to implement some fun new mechanics and some cool new things. But if you keep doing it, you're never going to release. Hence the name feature creep. And HQ was originally kind of a feature creep thing, because I remember asking Gaff one day, hey, can we take over the Gunners Plaza after our big fight there? And he said, yes. Yes, we can. And that was enough for him to be like, you know what? Let's make it into a headquarters. Or maybe I said, can we be at headquarters? I know. Either way, the idea was planted that we make this place our headquarters. And then Gaff came up with a whole HQ system, which I know has not been as well received as it should have. Because on paper, it's great. It really is. We were all quite excited. I was quite excited about it. Gaff was very excited about it. Now, I don't think it quite played out the way that it was intended. I'm going to put some of the blame on that on me. Because I don't think I wrote a good enough tutorial to get everyone used to how it works and, you know, learning the new mechanics. Partly because I didn't understand most of it at a certain point. So it was hard to write a tutorial to explain it. You know, Gaff gave me all the notes, and I read them and tried to absorb them as much as I could, but it's very difficult to see something on paper and then sort of understand how it will play out in game until you see it. And at this point, HQ didn't exist in game. It wasn't a thing, so... Anyway, going off on a tangent here. Originally, we ended at HQ, and that was going to be the end. So I think I'd rewritten everything up to that point. I'd spent like all my free time reworking it. Finally got to the last quest, finished rewriting it. Everything made sense. All the plot elements still worked. I managed to change characters, locations, and things, but rework a lot of the assets and plots and story points. Phew, thank God. That was awful. Oh, a rewrite. Terrible. And I could be wrong. I think we were having a meeting, reading over like the last quest and how it all goes. And this is when our implementer said, you know what? I don't like it. I don't like any of this, actually. And this is the point where I started to get a bit annoyed. Because she'd been fine with it up until this point, as far as we knew. We thought we'd sort of dealt with all the previous problems after this big rewrite, because we obviously had meetings during the rewriting process. And it's only now that we got to the end of the rewrite that she decided she didn't like it. Now I'm a bit annoyed at this point because I don't understand what it is that sort of was wanted. I thought I'd sort of listened to the criticism, took it aboard, and had managed to improve the story and get it to a point that everyone was happy with, including the implementer. But she was not happy with it. And I think at this point it was... Well, I was annoyed, obviously, because I just spent all this time rewriting it. But I think it's when I started to realize maybe this person doesn't have the best of intentions. So, I don't think I voiced this quite yet. I think I still kept this very much inside and just thought, okay, maybe I messed up somehow. Maybe I just wrote a terrible story and terrible characters. It's very possible. So, I think we had another big meeting and this began big rewrite number 2. So I did big rewrite number 2. Again, went back to the very first quest, rewrote everything. And I think we had very similar feedback where it's like, okay, this is much better now. She was happy to go back to implementing it. Which is good because we needed this to be implemented, otherwise there'd be nothing in the mod. Because Gaff was busy trying to create all the mechanics and create all the scripting for that. So, get near to the end of the rewriting number 2, and again we have meetings going over the quests and how changes are being made and going over the new dialogue. And it's all, yep, this is much better, good job, well done. And we get to near the end of rewrite number 2. And it goes from, yep, this is all great, you're doing much better, to, this is terrible, this is awful. I don't want to implement this. At this point, I'm like, okay, I don't understand what you want from me. Like, there were changes that were suggested in like the first rewrite of let's remove something, and now she was saying, oh, we should have this thing back. And I remember thinking, but you told me to remove that. So I did, and I made everything work with it being removed. If I add it back, now I've got to rewrite everything that I changed for that, and I was getting very fed up at this point. So I think I started trying to do a rewrite at this point, but I started to notice that I wasn't enjoying my writing, and I wasn't actually writing what I wanted to write. I was writing what I was being told to write, so I'd kind of lost my position of lead writer, and I was just trying to figure out what someone else on the team wanted, and it really wasn't fun. And at this point, I think I kept going for a while, but I think halfway through the third rewrite, we were again having meetings, and at some point, it was just, again, unacceptable, all the work I'd done. So I decided, I just can't do this. Like, I'm either not up to the task, or this isn't working. So I went to Gaff, and I told him, look, I can't do this. Like, I just either can't work like this, or I just don't have the ability to deliver what you guys want and need. So if our implementer wants to take over writing the story, which it seems to be the case, I think this is what she's pushing for. She wants to write the story, and she wants it told her way, and all the way I do it, she doesn't like. So no matter what I write, she isn't going to like it. And I don't think I can write characters the way she wants them to be. Yes, in hindsight, I think the implementer did want my job. So I don't want to say I gave Gaff an ultimatum, but that's essentially what it was. I was going to stick around, but I was like, okay, you got to pick. Like, if you want her to do things her way, she's going to have to do all the writing, because I've spent months and months and months and months rewriting this story 2 or 3 times at this point, and it's not right every time, so clearly I'm not good at this, and it's not a story I want to write. So if the implementer wants to write it, she can be my guest, because I'm not going to do this for another time. Like, I've spent enough time on this, and it's wrong every time, so clearly I'm not cut out for it. So you can let her take over and rewrite this stuff and figure out how it all works, because there were a lot of plot threads and characters and assets, as I say, that we were reusing to make things work. Or you're gonna have to let her go and get another implementer, because she refuses to implement the work I'm doing. So Gaff, I think very diplomatic. I think that's one of his great strengths. It's why the SS2 team does so well. I think he's... Time to big Gaff up. He's a good leader. I think... I don't know if it's natural or he just works really hard at it, but he's very good at managing us and corralling us and keeping on top of us. I don't know how he does it. I couldn't do it with like a team of 3 people. Most of our writers are quite independent, which I appreciate, because God, I can't keep on top of them. Gaff keeps on top of a team of like, what, 20, 30, 40 people? It's ridiculous. Don't know how he does it. And then he does everything else. Anyway, that's enough Gaff praise over. He has enough praise. But he said, okay, what I'll do is our implementer, I will have her write her version of the opening quest, which we just played through today, and see how it goes. And I said, that's fine. You know, if you decide what she writes is what you want to go with, I'm not going to write the main quest anymore. I'm going to hand that over to her, and she can just do whatever she wants with it. Like, Jake and everyone, they're not mine anymore. They will now belong to her. And I just don't want anything to do with that. But I do have some of my own quests and stories, which 1 or 2 of them we've got in, and some of them are future content I really hope to get in one day. So, you know, if you want more content for SS2, just keep playing, and we'll probably make more content for a while, because there's still a few more ideas that I have, and I think Cynical has an idea or 2 maybe, and I think some of our other writers maybe have some things they'd like to get in, so we'll see. But I told Gaff I'll stick around, I will do some of these quests that I want to do that are unrelated to the main story, and I will help transition things. I will help explain everything to the implementer of, okay, you know, this scene happens here because of this teaches that, oh, you need to teach this here, oh, that character is meant to do that because that leads to that later on. There was a lot of that in the quests, like all of them. Obviously, if you write a story, there's lots of interconnecting threads. You pull at one, 5 others come loose. So Gaff gave her a chance of, go write how you envision the quest going. And I really wish we had this version of the quest, because it would just be fascinating from like a historical context to look back at this alternate version of SS2. Because what she did was she rewrote the version of the quest where we meet Jake at the car outside of Concord. So it was of that version of the quest where she decided to write her own version of it. She only implemented it in the CK her side and only implemented a few scenes of it. And God, I'm going to have to try and remember how it goes now. So I think similar setup, you approach Jake and there's a car explosion. And I think similar thing of the mole rat attack. Could be wrong. Either way, after the attack happens, Jake speaks to you, same way. But he's a lot more aggressive this time. He doesn't trust you, the player. It's kind of insulting. I think he tells you to back off, get away from him. He swears at the player, telling them to either fuck off or go fuck themselves. Sorry if this has been a PG-13 stream until now. I've just ruined that. I think with 3 hours in, I don't think YouTube's gonna be too mad about it at this point. I think I've actually avoided swearing for 3 hours. Go me! Yeah, so he was very aggressive towards the player, very non-trusting, insulting them. He was very mean. And that's as much as we saw. It was just the talking to him at the car. That's all she did. And I don't think I said anything during the meeting, because we had a meeting of me, Gaff, Cynical, and the Implementer. And I didn't say anything, like, because it's not my decision at this point. It's mostly in Gaff's hands. He didn't like it. Let's just put it that way. And he decided, you know what, let's stay with Zurich. Maybe he isn't the best writer in the world, but he seems to be closer to what we want for SS2 overall. So we let the Implementer go. Creative differences, I believe, would be the politically correct term. And poor Gaff had to take over the implementation himself. So all of Chapter 1, all the implementation, Gaff had to do. However, I did learn the CK at this point, so that I could at least put in the dialogue. And so I did this for Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. But, from what I can recall... Oh, you've got to at me, Cynical. It's hard to read and remember my stories. Thank you. Oh, come on, King Gaff was always intending to keep you. He just wanted to put her in a place. I'm not going to speak for Gaff. I don't know what he intended. Again, it was 4 years ago. It's all very blurry to me at this point. I should have documented it or something. And I'm sure Gaff barely remembers sort of what happened. Either way, the quest she wrote and where she intended to take sort of SS2 overall, I seem to recall she really liked things to be Machiavellian. Oh god, I can't say it now. Machiavellian. Is that how you say it? Doesn't sound right. Where all the characters are very sort of manipulative and kind of nasty and out for themselves and double-crossing and planning and scheming. So that would be the Jake we got. I don't think that would have worked well. It definitely wouldn't have been the SS2 that we ended up with. God, I wish I could remember some of the plot beats that were described. Maybe Cynical remembers better, and we can have Cynical on some time to give us a more detailed version of events. Either way, it was going to be a much more nasty, mean, dark, and gritty version of SS2. And we wouldn't have had our lovable, somewhat goofy Jake. Like, she did not like Jake. She also didn't think people would like Jake. So, I guess she was wrong? I mean, we don't know. We don't know how many people would have played the game and liked her version of Jake. Who knows? But the reason we didn't sort of come out, because I think it's always a bit trashy, I say after having ranted and told this story for like 15-20 minutes. I think it's always trashy when, like, you know, mod teams or just developers air their dirty laundry. It never looks good. And plus, even with everything she did, like, this was a very sanitized version of things. I could be a lot more mean, but I don't want to be. I mean, again, it's just trashy to sort of air these kind of things a bit too much. But the reason that we decided, you know, we decided to take the high road and just be like, okay, You go your way, we'll go our way, we'll never mention stuff again, even though this was a big waste of time and we all kind of had a falling out over it. But here's the thing. When she joined the team, she had asked Gaff, can she be credited as the lead narrative designer? Now, this was a title none of us had really heard of, and Gaff didn't really care. He's like, you can call yourself whatever you want. We don't mind. Like, if this is something you want to put down on your resume as, hey, lead narrative designer, yeah, go for it. Now, she did no lead narrative design, because that was my job. I was the lead writer. I came up with a lot of the story, all the plot points. Other people helped, for sure. And she did give some suggestions, which we did use during at least one of the rewrites. But she definitely didn't do any lead narrative design. Not only that, she left the team. She left the team before we launched Chapter 1. And after she left, we did another huge rewrite, because we didn't even have chapters when she was on the team. So she'd left. I rewrote everything again, removing a lot of her suggestions, because obviously I wasn't feeling too great about a lot of those. Some of them remained in, because I don't think they were bad suggestions. So there's definitely some things here and there that, like, there's a line at some point that I speak on, like, the Robco Rob voice on the ASAM, that I know for a fact was one that she suggested. I don't think it's a bad line, but every time I hear it now, I sort of just go, I cringe a little bit inside, because I'm like, ugh. But I don't want to remove it because it seems a bit too petty, or at least it did back then when we were releasing Chapter 1. Anyway, we removed a lot of her stuff. The only major stuff that remains in the quest, in SS2, is her quest, which is Grey Matters, which I know Cynical will have a story to tell about that, but very quick version. She didn't finish it. It turns out most of the implementation she had done when she was on the team was on that quest. She hadn't really done much for the story. I think mostly she just done the first quest and a little bit of the going to the Vault-Tec HQ quest. Some of which of that is still in the game. We don't use it, but it's in the game. I'll point it out when we get to that quest of an alternate version of the story that played out and some remnants that remain. They're unused, but they're still there just because we left them in. But a lot of the stuff she did do, Gaff had to redo anyway, because either it wasn't finished or it just wasn't up to standard. So there isn't much that she did that's left in the quests, in the mod, and there's definitely not much of whatever narrative design she thinks she did suggest that is left either, because once she left, did a huge rewrite, and we also split into the chapters. So it'll be interesting to know what she thinks she did. Either way, she wanted to call herself lead narrative designer, but she left the team, didn't contribute anything to it, so we figured that's that. Apparently not. It seems multiple times, years after, in multiple locations, she's claimed the title of lead narrative designer of SS2. And this was after Chapter 1, after Chapter 2, and after Chapter 3. Sorry, not after Chapter 3. I'm not sure I've seen it since then, maybe. And she'd go around adding this to websites, including one that we have all our credits on. And this is when I sort of decided, you know what, I'm not going to hold my tongue on this anymore, because she's literally taking credit for my work that she hated when she was on the team. She left, and then we didn't really use many of her suggestions after she left. So it's kind of ironic that she wants to take credit for it, I think because SS2 was moderately successful. But that just rubbed me the wrong way. Just the whole situation and her wanting to take credit for it? Yeah, no. So there will be multiple points in future. The reason I'm telling this story is there will be multiple points in our coming playthroughs where there'll be some quests where I will talk about this and some of the changes that were made and some of the leftovers that are in from those versions of the quest that she implemented, but essentially a lot of the stuff was removed. So that's that story. I don't know if that was interesting. I tried to trim it down and try to, again, I'm trying to keep names out of it. I don't want to drop names and, bash people. I kind of do. But, I don't want to do that internet beef drama thing or whatever. But at the same time, I don't want to kind of just ignore things and take it on the chin. And, most of the people I'd say watching right now, you're longtime fans. You know this stuff. You know the mod inside and out. I think you deserve to learn some of what went into creating it. So yeah, there's a little story of some of the hell in the development of early SS2 before we kind of ironed things out and had a much more streamlined approach. And now I'm going to go check up with chat. You're making a mod about building stuff. Why have the characters be the antithesis of that? That's a very good question. I don't know. You'd have to ask the implementer. Again, when she showed us our vision of things, I don't think she shared any notes with us. It was all done through screen share on Discord. So we don't have any of her documents. Probably done on purpose, so we couldn't steal her ideas. But because of that, and we obviously didn't go with her ideas, we don't have those on record anymore. We don't have that weird version of Jake that existed in her quest. But it would be really interesting to see. It's a shame we can't just sit down and have like a very amicable chat about it, because I don't think we'd ever get like sort of an honest conversation out of it. Like, obviously I don't like her very much. I know she didn't like me before any of this, which may have contributed to her just not liking my story. Don't know why. We didn't really interact outside of the meetings. Yeah, it would be interesting if we could sit down one day and have a talk and just really try to understand what her version of SS2 would be like. But she can't really take credit for it, so that's the reason I will tell this story now. If you see anyone anywhere claiming to be lead narrative designer of SS2 who isn't me, well, they didn't do that. That was me. That was also Cynical. That was also King Gaff. King Gaff contributed more to that, and he is the first to admit he's very hands-off with the story. But he made some suggestions that made it in, that influenced quests and how they played out, more so than the implementer. Back to the comments. If you two would ever start the podcast I told you to do. Oh, I will need something to talk about first. Right now we can talk about SS2. And I do plan to have Cynical on at some point when we reach the Nightingale quests. So look forward to that in episode 95. Cynical says, "Oh my god, still laugh anytime I hear the words narrative designer." Yeah, we're pretty sure now in retrospect the idea was she wanted to get on SS2, just have the credits of that because that's what she wanted to do. She did go on to work in the industry. I think she worked at Bethesda for a short while. She doesn't anymore. We're fairly sure SS2 was kind of just a stepping stone. We were never anything that she was sort of committed to. It was just to say, hey, I worked on that thing, and it was popular. Kez Daddy, thank you for the more in-depth background. Look forward to hearing about the cut content and all the lore tidbits you can give. Thank you. There's a lot more to come. I think I blew my load, as it were, on going over the Twines, so I didn't have as much to talk about when we were playing through the quest. But for some of the future quests, I don't think I'll go as in-depth on the Twines unless there's huge differences. I'll probably go through and find some of the more interesting parts to share. I just wanted to do a more full read-through this time, first of all, because it's my first time. I need to figure out how to do this. And also so you guys can understand how these things work. Like, here's the full version of the old quest, and here's a slightly more refined version of it, and here it is in game. But if I do that for every quest, I'm fairly sure you'll all get tired of that, including me. So, talking a lot makes you very thirsty. Parallel Universe Jake. I mean, a lot of the story that she was suggesting would have fit better in with like the Conqueror SS2. But that obviously isn't what we wanted to go for. Just checking the time. I'm gonna say we're gonna end in roughly 6 minutes. If anyone wants to get any more questions in before I call an end to things. Also, well done on everyone for sticking around. Very impressed. It's very hard to read and also speak at the same time. I'm trying to catch up on the YouTube comments. God, and Gaff has to do this with like 10 times the people watching and Twitch as well. And I'm struggling with just 12. I won't be able to watch next time, but I look forward to catching up. I hope there's tons more. I have a folder. It's called my SS2 folder, and I have things in there like old character profiles, some old character faces, some of which have changed and evolved, some of which haven't. And I have notes and things, so I'm planning to go through them and find anything that seems interesting, and then I'll share it with you. From Sonic Phil. Well, it's nice to hear from another of the crew about the development of this, in addition to the info we get from King Gaff. You're welcome. And anything you want to ever ask about the story, or the characters, or just development in general, please feel free. Like, that's kind of what I want these to be. I want it to be... Obviously, we're going to be playing the game, but I want it to be less about the game and more about creating the game. Because I think making things is interesting. I think it's very interesting to plunge into how things are made and how and why they work. Like the amount of YouTube channels I'm subscribed to that's all about... I'm literally watching a retrospective of the mod Black Mesa right now. And I've already watched like 3 of these in the past, and this is just one that came up recently. I'd recommend it. I'm not sure if I can link things in. I'd recommend the mod, and I'd recommend the retrospectives on it if you want to Google them, or YouTube them, I suppose. If anyone has ever played Half-Life, the original, if you're all old like me, there is a mod called Black Mesa that is made by a modding team originally, and then they kind of became a small studio. And they remade Half-Life, and they called it Black Mesa. It's such a good mod in terms of how to remaster a old game and keep everything in it that's a core element of that game, and faithfully update it. And they did such a good job. Like, it's... If the SS2 team can do something like that one day, I will be... Oh, so happy. Like, I love Black Mesa. It's got a few flaws. There's a few levels that are stretched out a bit too much, but I think they've actually gone back and cut some of those down. That's the biggest criticism I can give of that mod. Or game now, it's a full game. But yeah, watching a retrospective of it, and I think that's really interesting, just to see the how and the why of it. And it's a modding team, so it's very similar in some ways to what we did with SS2. They did a lot more work, though. They literally rebuilt an entire game. If we'd rebuilt Fallout 4, then we'd be on the same level. Well, we're not quite there yet. Never Half-Life 3. Never. I have seen the leaked script for what would have been Half-Life 3, which they're obviously not going to do now because the script was leaked. I'm not sure they would ever release anything, because I don't think it could satisfy what we would be expecting. Kez Daddy says, I told King Gaff, and I'll tell you, if you guys do a Kickstarter to make your own game, I'll be there with my wallet. Ha. Well, never say never. I know it's something we've all talked about casually, but I think actually on either his stream on Wednesday or maybe the last one, I think Gaff mentioned that he doesn't like that idea of doing a Kickstarter type thing because of the way that it's funded. It's sort of it's kind of like the reverse of how he'd want things to be. You have to go watch his stream. It's sort of like you have to get the money before making the product rather than making the product and then getting the money. Like he likes it that way around rather than the Kickstarter way around, which is getting the money then the product. I'm sure he has his reasons. I wouldn't be against it though, personally, as long as we obviously did it right, because there's so many Kickstarters where like it's so terribly mismanaged and so all the money's gone, or they never really had any intention of releasing anything, or they were in way over their head and had no idea what they're doing. Now, I'm not saying that we'd do the second one where it's like, ah, yes, we'll make the best game ever. Fools, we have all your money now. But we might do the third one, where we think we can pull something off, but it turns out, oh, we really don't know what we're doing. He did say that, but I can whisper in his ear. Maybe, maybe. I know many of us on the team would like to make more things, especially together. Like, we're a good team. We work well together outside of certain implementers. But, well, she's gone now. We really don't know what we're doing, says Cynical. Yeah, that sounds about right. we don't know what we're doing, but we're really good at it. So, I don't know, A for effort, maybe? Two large shares. I, for one, am glad the story turned out the way it did. Me too. It's difficult to... It's always difficult to end a story. Always, no matter what. And the way we did it, by releasing Chapter 1, 2, and 3, kind of meant whatever I committed to in Chapter 1, I kind of got to go along with that. Maybe there's a tiny bit of wiggle room, and in some ways I wasn't quite sure how certain things were going to end. And once Chapter 1's out, if I change my mind and be like, damn it, no, it can't be Vault-Tec, it needs to be someone else. Well, maybe I could change it, but now I've got all this setup I did. And by the time Chapter 2's out, well, I'm really committed to it now. So there was definitely some worry with Chapter 3 of, is this going to feel like a good end? I've seen one criticism out there, and it's one I share. It's one I shared before I even heard it, which is Lamont kind of comes out of nowhere as the villain, which he does. I wish I'd set her up more in Chapter 1. I don't know how. Maybe it's something I can retcon in, maybe. Maybe I don't have to. But if there's one major criticism of the story that I have, personally, it's that. I think we needed a bit more setup of Lamont and Wes for them to feel a bit more like there's a through line all the way through. But it's kind of a... Again, it's what I was just talking about, where we didn't know we'd be doing the Conqueror mechanics in Chapter 3. So that kind of influenced what we needed and the kind of villain we needed. We weren't sure what would happen after Wes, or at least I wasn't entirely sure what would happen after Wes. Like, I obviously committed to the Gunners coming back, but right up until the end of Chapter 2, I could have gone in a different direction. I had planned for that when I was writing it. But when you're writing, you can always change your mind, generally, until it's, released. So I could have decided, okay, at the end you don't hear a call from the Gunners, you hear something else. And then I could go back and change a few things in Chapter 2 before we release it, and it might still make sense. Because now we've defeated the Gunners, but now... The Bunners! This terrible new gang who's come out of nowhere. They're kind of like the Gunners, and we reskinned some of them, but they're different. I assure you, they're completely different. But no, we went with the Gunners coming back, and I think it works. Case Daddy. Maybe some ambient Gunner talk about saving Jake from the Gunners. That's actually a really good idea. And during my playthrough that I've been doing recently, when we... Okay, here's something I'm going to jump ahead, but I'll probably talk about it when we get to that quest as well. In the quest Runners and Gunners, where you go to save Jake from the vault, which... I'll talk about that in the future. That's actually like two quests that were kind of separated and then merged together. Big long story. The Gunners who are there, if you do the infiltration route, I did plan for them to have dialogue there of just, casual talking. But turns out there is no Gunner dialogue in the game of them doing casual talking. They only have combat lines. The Gunners don't share voice types with the other generic NPCs. So they're all silent in the game right now, because I just didn't have time to go write loads of new dialogue and then get it recorded and then have all these new generic Gunner voices. So what we decided to do was, at some point when we have time to polish, is we're going to go back and pull from the generic settler lines and create sort of hybrid settler gunner lines to fill in the generic dialogue, and then also have a new dialogue there of characters talking. And I did think of maybe having one of them be like, hey, did you see Lamont? Ooh, she's scary. So at least we've got a bit more mention of her in Chapter 2. She does come up in Chapter 2. If you read the Ron's terminal, or if you ask him for intel, you at least get a hint of Lamont. I think there's a few more clues here and there as well, because she was planned in Chapter 2. And she obviously does things in Chapter 2. Like, she's the one who sets the traps up in the comma ray. When Jake and Cassandra discover there's booby traps inside of there. That was Lamont. And I think she does tell you that afterwards as well. But again, this is a lot of content that you can skip and that you won't hear unless you investigate. So maybe I should make things a bit more blatant here and there. Cynical says, flashback to when Surik wanted to give narrative designer credit to every person on the team. Yes. Like, I call myself lead narrative design now only because of the implementer. If it wasn't for the implementer, I'd just be lead writer and I'd be happy with that. But if she's gonna claim it, nope, sorry, that's my job. I designed the narrative, so I guess I'm the lead narrative designer. Also, Kezdaddy. Kezdaddy is also the lead narrative designer. It's an honorary title, but you know what? I'm giving it to you. You know what? Everyone in chat right now, you are co-lead narrative designers. I give this to you. It is my gift. Cherish it. It's apparently a very sought-after title. Okay, I'm gonna be wrapping up soon, so if anyone wants to sneak in a question before I say goodbye for the night. Yes, yes, you are honored, as you well should be. SS2 inspired you to start releasing mods. That's awesome. Thanks for the fun stream. You're welcome for a fun stream. So, I'm the honorary lead and everyone else is co. You know what? I don't care. You can be lead, we can be co, we can all be co. I don't mind. I'm very generous. But only with you guys. Not with the implementer. The implementer who apparently shall remain unnamed. Okay, I'm doing a countdown. You've got 2 minutes. Anything you want to squeeze in. If not, it is goodbye and good night. Cynical's like, don't worry. We all know who she is. Oh, wait. Ah. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. There we go. Almost forgot to do that. SS2 stole thousands of hours in my life spent building city plans. You know what? I think that's probably the point when I decided I wanted to join the SS team. I spent probably 10 hours building my layout of the castle. It was really good. I wish I'd saved it. I probably do have a save of it on somewhere. But this was during Sim Settlements 1. And that was the point where I was like, you know what? I'm going to reach out to this team, see if they need any voice work. Turns out they did. Oh, don't forget to ring the bell and click the icon. Click the bell icon to get subscriptions? Oh, I don't know. Is there still a bell icon? I've modded my YouTube page to remove a bunch of stuff that annoys me. So especially that thing where if you're watching something for half an hour, it pauses it and it's like, do you want to keep watching? Yes. That's why I left it playing. Alright, it looks like you're all ringing those notification bells. So, with that, I will bid you all good night. Thank you very much for coming to watch. I had no idea if anyone would. Obviously, a few of you would, because you're very nice. But, if you do want more of this, just keep showing up. Don't be afraid to give me a poke on Discord if there's any topics you want to discuss. I'd be more than happy to have some of you on as guests if there's particular things you wish to discuss, either in SS2 or just of creative writing in general. Probably won't have guests on for a short while, but definitely will want them on at some point. We might even get someone like King Gaff. Also, my stomach's making oh so hungry noises, so I should probably eat soon. Okay, good night everybody. Let's see if I can actually end a stream. Never done this before. I think if I click this button here.